The man who knocked him off was a hero. The man who knocked him off was a hero.
Any one of them may beat the McCoy. Yeah, he'll beat a California before we ever get out of these badlands. He isn't a California yet. Don't worry, he's working as hard as we are. Unit 902 requests the location of Unit 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 2 of the New State Mobile Mashup, an exciting 4-week-long competition in the fastest growing mobile BR out there, New State Mobile. M249 Fan Club kicked things off last week by claiming the first ticket to the grand finals in dominant fashion. With map awareness that always seems to put them in the right place at the right time, they look to continue their hot streak. Then, 3 more teams claim the next 3 slots in a grueling 3-day open qualifier. Vengeance, Pure Love, and Instinct have joined the club as ticket holders. They're all back in action this week, but they can't claim more than 1 ticket. So all eyes are now on SNE Team. They look unstoppable early in the open qualifier, but ultimately fell short in the final round of 8. This week, they've got their eyes on the prize as they look to earn their way to the grand final. And we've got a special guest joining us tonight. That's right, chocoTaco will be calling all the matches and putting on his whistle and his coach cap to teach us all a few tips and tricks to help us improve our New State mobile skills. 16 teams are eagerly awaiting the matches to get underway, so let's drop in. This is the New State Mobile Mashup. My name is Toffees, and it is a privilege to be here as your guide for the next 4 days of New State Mobile Mashup action. It is going to be a lot of fun and very exciting, but before we get into it, let's go over the format and remind you of exactly what is happening during this event. We have 3 influencer events. The first one is done. That was Winsanity last week. We've got Choco tonight, and of course Noah from YouTube next week. Those will each result in 1 qualification spot. The day after that ends starts the open qualifier each week, and we'll have 9 qualification spots out of those, plus 4 wildcard spots to equal 16 teams who will play for their share of, get this, $200,000 in cash and $50,000 for first place. With that much on the line, it would be silly to just have it be me here at the desk. So we invited the best, brightest, smartest Battle Royale monsters out there, one of which is 7 Worlds Gaming, a mobile aficionado. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Last week we saw some amazing times, some surprises. I can't wait to see what this week got for us.
We are going to see what this week has for us, but first we should look back at what you just mentioned. Last week, it's highlight time, baby!
That's exactly right. I mean, let's start with M249. This team absolutely dominated last week. They put in a clinic. They showed so much consistency, whether it was second places that they were getting or whether it was at the end where they ended up getting an actual chicken dinner. it was just pure consistency, and it was a team that was actually able to improve throughout the day. Kairos is the team, it's a player actually that I'm going to be calling out because we saw a lot of impatience last week from him. He was able to improve, so I can't wait to see what they're going to be showing here. And then we got some other teams. Violent by Nature, we have the Panthers as well. Let me talk about the Panthers. And these teams were like, I feel like they might have a chance to qualify to the grand finals this week, and that's why I want to talk about them. The Panthers, on the last game of last week, they were able to go from third place, from sixth place all the way up to third place, if I'm not mistaken. And not only that, Khalid, I gotta give you a huge shout out, Khalid, because you achieved 8 kills throughout that whole day on those four last matches. On the last match, him by himself was able to achieve 6. So if he's able to perform, I can't wait to see what the Panthers are going to be doing. Same as well with BDN. You know, Violent by Nature, they're coming in hot today, and I want to see if they're going to be able to carry that. And then we have SNE, Raw, and Burning Silence. I mean, what can we say about this team? They were overcome by Pure Love, Instinct, and Vengeance. But Raw is going to be playing in the round of 16. And so far today, they've been performing amazing. They ended up with 1 chicken dinner, 12 ALMs. So that's another team that's coming in hot. Overall, though, Toppies, let me know, which team do you think is probably going to surprise us today?
I'm not going to say Violent by Nature, and it's not because I hate you. It's because SNE looked strong. They had a bit of a slow couple of games last week when we watched them, but I think that's fixable. After a couple days off to reprogram, I think it's their game.
I 100% agree, and that's why my team to watch is going to be the Panthers. This was a team that showed a lot of improvements last time, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing here today. Now, the teams that have already qualified to the grand finals: M249 Fan Club, Pure Love, Vengeance, and Instinct. M249 Fan Club, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing them again today at some point, and I would like to see them if they can get a little bit more wins. They only got 1 last week, at least when I was here, and I think they got what it takes to get a couple more.
M249 especially has shown us that they are unstoppable, but all 4 of those teams have punched their ticket, but they're still playing, which means there's a lot on the line, and everyone else still has to continue to test themselves against the best. Now, we've talked about testing yourself against the best, and it's a great time to bring in our special guest. We promised you our influencer, someone who is the best, who I have yet to been able to successfully test myself against without getting smacked between the eyes. It is chocoTaco. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Toffee's the best. Whoa. I don't know about that, but thank you very much for the intro. I'm pretty hyped seeing all those highlights. I've played a bit of New State. Compared to these players, I'm a bit of a potato compared to them. So I'm excited to see the matches and to see what happens tonight.
I'm excited too, and I'm looking forward to your insights. I remember when you started Battle Royales 5-6 years ago. I think you're working at like a restaurant and hustling and grinding, and to see you get better and better and better and better has been exciting. And I want to hear tonight how to do that myself, because I'm tired of being a potato. Okay, now for those of you who are watching, let's explain exactly what's happening tonight for our influencer event brought to you by chocoTaco. We started with 32 teams jumping out of the plane. We are down to 16. They will play those 2 matches in 2 separate groups, where the top 4 from each group will advance to the finals to play for $2,000 and a golden ticket to go to the grand final on April 1st to play for their share of $200,000 freaking dollars. That is awesome. However, it is your night, Choco. You're going to be casting with us. I'm excited about that, by the way. And because it's your night, we actually got the chance to do something a little bit special earlier.
Yeah, very true. As a content creator, I spend a lot of time alone in my basement talking to my camera. So it's, I have a lot of fans out there. It's easy to forget that there's actually people out there. So I got the chance to meet Caveman, who's a big fan of mine and a player in the tournament. So let's check that out.
Oh, really? Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Oh,
Caveman?
chocoTaco. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Yeah, man. It's going good, man. Big fan.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's what I heard. So I wanted to, just take a second to meet you and actually give you a couple minutes to just do like a little kind of AMA, ask me anything about content creation, about the game. Just a couple minutes. The floor is yours.
To ask you anything, man. I don't have any questions, man. Like, I'm not really prepared, but you know, I don't know. I guess for me, I don't know if they told you, but like, I guess I mentioned you as one of my influences. Like I would watch the way you play and the way you deal with situations and, PUBG and stuff like that. So that was, your crosshair placement, the way, just little things like that. Like I thought you were a very clever player, so,
Thanks, dude.
but yeah. And chill all the time. It's like, you die. You're just not me. For me, I like feel like throwing my phone out the window or like whatever device, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I gotta be like that guy. I gotta be
Yeah.
chill, It's like, oh yeah, they killed me. Like, oh, that sucks. And then you just move on, So
Yeah, dude.
so yeah, it's cool.
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not perfect either. I mean, I definitely feel like that sometimes too. I mean, I might not show it. I feel like sometimes I do show it, but I might not show it. But I mean, I definitely do feel like that sometimes, no question. So
do you feel like because you're streaming, like sometimes you just want to like lose it, but you're like, nah, I have like all these viewers watching me. Like, let me just be cool. Like, how do you do it? How do you,
I mean, I don't think I would ever like lose it, even if I wasn't streaming. I just feel like you said, I'm a pretty calm person. I mean, but any game can still get you frustrated. So I don't really think there's a secret to it, but streaming definitely influences my behavior. I think it influences anyone's behavior. If you're on camera in front of tons of people, you're not gonna maybe act 100% authentic all the time. Not to say content creators are fake or anything like that, but so yeah, that definitely has an impact on it for sure.
Yeah, I think if it was me, I would have been like I would be cool, but then I would have a look on my face like I want to kill somebody. So I don't think I would, I don't know. I'm just joking, I'm exaggerating, but sometimes I'm just like,
right.
So
yeah.
But yeah,
totally.
man, it's pretty cool. So how do you, how do you feel doing this whole like, the new state thing? Like,
It's good.
Just commenting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, commenting today is going to be interesting because I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I think the game's really cool. And I don't have a ton of experience in the game. I'm kind of a potato. I'm sure compared to you, I'm a total potato. So I'm excited to, watch the games and get to see the top level players play. But with that though, I've got to wrap it up. I'm on a tight schedule here. So I just want to say once again, huge thank you to you for, watching my content. I appreciate it. I don't get to meet a lot of, people like you, my fans. I kind of just stream and don't get to meet you guys. So I appreciate getting the chance to meet you and, keep crushing it and good luck in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time with me as well. Appreciate it.
No problem, dude. All right. See you, dude.
Awesome. And I will give a shout out to Caveman as well as Cave Girl. They didn't make the cut to get to the 16 today, but I'm sure that they will be back. And if you guys at home want the chance to possibly meet somebody like a chocoTaco or just have a really good time playing for a stupidly large amount of money on your phone, go ahead and get signed up because we got a whole lot more happening in terms of events. Now, let's meet the teams. Let's take a look at the teams that'll be taking the field today as we get into the action. I'll turn it over to you, Seven.
For me, it's going to be, we got Savage, Pure Love, S&E Team, Strangers BD, your local tennis clubs, Raw Material, Winter Soldiers Team, and Rush for winners. I'm going to be looking at Savage Team. This is actually a new team, Sean the Savage. I got a chance to play with him before. He has carried me in the game, just like chocoTaco. I am also a potato. I got some insane potato aim. And with Pure Love, this was a team that got super hyped up last week. And I feel like they just felt super short. I don't know if it was the pressure or what might have been, but this is a team now that's already qualified, right, to the grand finals. So we might be seeing different stuff out of them.
Kraus had a really big day a couple of days ago. I think if Kraus shows up to play, Pure Love could be the pick. Yeah, I know that you're not super familiar with these teams, Choco, because everything's new. Was there anyone on that list that you're like, I think these guys could win? If you want to pull a rabbit out here.
I gotta say, I like Pure because they have their team tag in front of their names, and I from as an old school like CS player, I appreciate that a lot. And I think on that list they were the only ones with the full team with all the tags. Looks nice and tidy, so nice. I got to go with them.
I like that. I do kind of want to pick Savage because the exclamation point, so I assume it reads Savage. But I can tell you this, it reads, let's get into the match, guys. It's about to start. As soon as the plane is ready, we're in it, and we're going to watch that drop as we head into Troy for the first of 2 matches in the round of 16. The top 4 teams from each lobby will make that jump to the finals. So let's start there, Choco. If you are in a situation where you only have to be in the top 4 to get out of these 2 games, does that affect, do you think, the way that you start this thing out?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think I'm just still playing the game the same way. You know, when you go into these with your team, you probably have a predetermined strategy. So regardless of that, I would just be sticking with that.
Nice. 7, looking at the circle. It is south. This is the first time that Exhibition Hall, I think, has not been in the starting of the game. There's actually southern water in it. Do you think that changes up these teams? Do you think they had sort of drop strats based on the mid?
I think it definitely does. I'm going to be looking forward to where the next circle is going to be. I think if I'm not mistaken, Top, is this the first time we get this kind of circle as well with the 3, having access to the 3 islands? I'm really intrigued to see who's going to try to go to Alamo. I know there's a lot of great loot over there. I do currently see Team 4, Strangers BD, going to Chester. If they're going to be the only team there, it's going to be massive for them, especially if they're able to go to that police station. Remember, police station does have a vault where they're able to get any crate weapon. It could be a AWM, it could be a NOG, it could be a Groza. If they're able to get their hands on something like that right away, it's going to be powerful.
You know, I love it. We have not seen any circles centered up on 3 Rivers. We do know that going to 3 Rivers can be an absolute disaster. Whether these teams have Tavarin, we'll find out as we continue to push forward. No hot drops necessarily to start us out here, as the action does reduce that circle, and it is going to continue to go south towards 3 Rivers, which this is a big deal when it comes to battle royales in particular, Choco, is the ideas of rivers, because they are you can't take your car across them. They take time to swim. Like, it really does have a massive impact in how you handle your rotations.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, looking at the starting circle, the top right part of the map has way more landmass than the rest of it. So that is a place where you kind of want to be in this situation, because it's unlikely that it's going to shift to one of those southern, southwestern islands.
It will. It's going to try to get away from that water as time goes on. And, you know, we've also seen, like, 7, that I think a lot of teams seem to be embracing this idea of maybe not fighting off the jump right away and then flooding into a good middle position. Are there any teams that you think you've seen really sort of stick to potential drop spots or rotation spots every single time?
It's going to have to be, I mean, we're currently not seeing them right now. M249 comes to mind right away. And Pure Love is a team that tries to go towards the outer circle, just play that edge. We talked about it last week. If you were able to just do that, loot up, and then start positioning yourself in a place where you're actually going to have a great way to rotate, whether it's around the circle or just straight to the middle, it's going to be so beneficial. But just like you mentioned, we have seen a lot of teams decide, hey, hot dropping is definitely not worth it. It's going to give us maybe some Twitter clips here and there, but besides that, it's going to put us at a huge disadvantage.
We did see some champion teams going very aggressive right off of the drop the first time around. And I do think people are trying out some new meta stuff, right? And this idea, Choco in particular, of the green smoke, the idea that you can bring back players that you lose with an investment, because you have to get the drone credits. That's not something that every battle royale has access to, especially, you know, sort of the source material for this game, which is PUBG PC. How do you think that's going to impact the way that these players approach the game?
I mean, being able to revive is huge. Can I just say, coming from PC, I am so jealous.
I know, right?
Of the fact that they can revive and call in teammates. So, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of people take advantage of that.
Nice. So we're going to see a little bit of an early pop-off here, as it looks like Rush for Winners is inside of a compound. I'm sorry. Yeah, and they're on the opposite side of Raw Materials. So these two teams did not start in Cornwall together. They collapsed here at 1.7, both looking for a good centralized spot.
They definitely did. And right now it becomes to the thing where we saw last week as well, is are they going to be willing to stay within this fight, or are they going to decide to back off? You can see some of the players from Rush for Winter starting to back up a little bit, but Team 6, Raw Material, definitely wants this fight. Another fight that I'm kind of starting to see brewing in the horizon is going to be S&E versus Strangers BD, and you were talking about different stuff, different strategies. Guess what? SNE just did something that I did not see them do last week, which was have a scout.
Oh, Rectra comes around the back. He ends up getting a backstab into Rush for Winners as they try to make a flank move. And that's going to cost them an early, but they do make a nice little trade here. So it is going to be Raw Material losing 1 in exchange as the fight goes on. Make it 2. As it looks like Raw Materials is not coming away with the top end of this as they are down another player after that. Raw, though, in exchange, Loki makes a nice little move here. So you got Loki and Hope going to be coming forward, trying to clean it out. And is it me or is that a player getting ready to leave? Bun looks like he may just be extricating himself as they've already lost 2 with Flush and have a third that is just down. So wait, is all he has? Okay, I was saying it can't be just a pistol. So he pulls out the UMP. He's trying to make something happen here, but is that the player or is it just get out of dodge, man?
I think the player right now is for him to get some drone credits and just completely back off. Exactly what he's doing right now. Just recoup, see if you can get your teammates up. We saw this over and over again where it was just one man standing. They were able to get enough credits and they were actually able to at least get to a second place at the end. If he's able to do that, I could definitely see him doing that right now.
It is tough though because if he starts bringing teammates back, loot is going to be a real issue. You know, when you're coming back from being respawned, you're just not going to have that loot, which you might need for the late game. So.
Strangers beating and open fire. It's a really good point, and that's kind of the benefit of calling them back once you win a fight because you're sitting on 4 people's items. Whereas here, when you have to escape from a fight, you now have to start from scratch, both in drone credits as well as gear. So that's a really good point. We'll keep an eye on that. Is SNE Razzie is going to go ahead and get himself the heal going up the stairs. Has a big old scope on that Scar, but I think he's sticking to a little hip fire spray and probably care a little bit less right now. Hyper goes ahead and maxes out the boost. That's usually a sign that things are about to get wild. Strangers BD already on the move as they go right to left. You can see the players there on your screen. Nice shooting by Razzie. He had the high ground. It was unexpected. Gets the burn down and the flush. That's going to be tough for Strangers. Now we see Strangers go in down below. Razzie tries to get the drop down from behind. Recovers from the stand up. He hears him. He goes around the corner. Opens with the spray. Ain't no need for prey. We're probably going to have to wait to see the guys from Strangers BD another day. A big win from SNE team. And that is what we expected to see coming into this one, 7.
It definitely was, and I'm super shocked by what just happened there because Strangers BD was the team that got to Chester first. They were the ones that had the higher advantage. SNE, as I mentioned earlier, they decided to do something that we have not seen it yet. At least I haven't, and that was Rassi being able to scout. They sent out that player by himself. He was able to find out where that team for Strangers BD was going to be, and then everybody else decided to make that push. And as we saw right there, I mean... some of those teams were doing the right thing, right? They were pushing together, but the way that they were pushing, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Comms didn't seem wonderful. And I will say that's something that, you know, as time goes on, I'm sure that most of our players aren't sitting here in their QC 98s with their ultra pro rigs, right? Like we're learning. This is the beginning of New State esports. So there are things that you can take advantage of. And I think maybe communication during fights is one of those. The early adopters will thrive. Now let's check in with Rush for Winners as our last remaining player. Remember, he ran away from the fight, is still out here hunting for drone credits and really mostly I think hoping that Pure Love does not stop. Choco.
Yeah, and you know, I want to point out something interesting. I thought Raw Materials actually, they were in a really good position in this new circle shift, and they actually chose to rotate to an even better spot. I think they probably have a good line on who was where after where people landed, and they decided they could get to a more central location. So I was surprised to see them actually rotating because they were in a fantastic spot in that new circle.
That's a really good point. And I do think some of that comes from, you know, being aware of the surroundings. You know, that's a little tip for you guys. If you are in a spot and you hear a firefight north of you and you hear 2 or 3 teams involved, there's only 8 teams in the lobby. So that tells you very distinctly you probably are safe to make a move or safer. You can make a south push and there's a very small likelihood that somebody will catch you on the way down there. And that's it. It's all about Battle Royale's information gathering, 7.
It definitely is. I was looking at Bun there from Rush for Winter, and we just see him kind of scattering right for those drone credits. And something that chocoTaco mentioned perfectly earlier was that if he is going to revive somebody, you kind of have to do it right now. If you get it later on, they're definitely going to see that green flare, and we've seen it over and over again where people would more than likely rush that because they know it's going to be an easy elim. It's going to be an easy point for your team. So I'm hoping he's able to get enough drone credits and able to call at least a couple of his players.
Yeah, we saw an interesting mini game develop on day one, Choco, and it was the mid-game, what'd you call it, skeet shoot? Because so many parachutes were coming in that everybody just stopped what they were doing to skyfire.
Man, and that's just free points to farm for the other teams with those players coming down. I wouldn't be able to resist.
No, how could you? How could you? And
How
honestly,
could you?
and then Gosby came up. Gosby was like, Gosby X-Pro was like, man, I'll tell you what, I'd be deploying greens with the intention of pushing because everyone's staring at the sky right now.
True. It could be a good way to get information too, like we were just talking about. If
Yep.
people are shooting, they're giving away their position, and the more information you have, the better decisions you can make. So
That's
And something
absolutely
else
true.
that we're going to be seeing, that we're kind of seeing right now too, is the drone credits. If you're going to be calling your drone, you want to start doing that right now. If you're going to be customizing your weapons, you want to do that right now. If you do that later on, it's going to be a huge red flag in a way for a lot of the teams, and it's going to be giving away your position.
It also, to a certain extent, in my opinion, tells your opponents, hey, I'm weak. It doesn't matter if you're calling a kit in, it doesn't matter if you're calling in shields, doesn't matter if you're calling in a player. If you're calling something in, it's your way of saying, I'm not ready for the end game yet, right? So that, I think, is something that you do have to be aware of, because in games like this, it is often about representing power, not necessarily having it. As we look now, Winter Soldier's team is going to open fire on the lead scout for Savage as he rotates around. No big loss there. And we are seeing a lot of this right now, Seven, which is 1-3 rotations. And I think the big reason for that is because if your team has a green smoke on standby, there's really almost no risk to sending out solo scouters to pick your next spot.
Yeah, there's definitely not. And I mean, we're kind of seeing it right now with Savage. They were pushed off everywhere. We saw at one point all the 3 players that are currently alive just going in their different location. And right now they're trying to recoup that. Right now they're trying to get back to the group because they did lose somebody. So hopefully they were able to get enough drone credits where they can call that green flare. What I'm interested right now is to what Pure Love is going to be doing. They're maintaining themselves. They're playing this super cautious, which is exactly what they showed us last week. I would like to see, though, Toffees, is how they're going to be responding towards the end of the game. Last week, something that they left to be desired was they didn't have that killer instinct. They really didn't have that push or that switch. Are they going to be different this week?
I will also give you guys an alert as we watch this game. You may have noticed that if we pull out the third person to show a fight, sometimes the players won't have noggins. And that is just the update that just came out. It's something that we figured out at the last second exists here as the observer. But I assure you, the players see everything the way that it is meant to be. So it is not something that is worth losing your head over as you watch. Don't worry too much about that. But we will continue to have fun with it because I don't think I've ever seen headless players battle each other before. And I am for it, Choco.
yeah, I'm all for it too. I'm all for it too. And I was just looking at the circle here. There are not a lot of it's going to shift more central, and there are not a lot of buildings here. Luckily, the map is really easy to tell where the high ground is on these hills toward the upper part of the new circle. So
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a position that some team might want to go for.
I want to see
sooner
which one
rather
of
than
these
later.
2 teams, Choco, is going to be pushing first to that bridge, because we definitely see some bridge camps. And you mentioned about not having any cover. If some of these teams were smart, they might have been able to already get some shields, which would come in huge clutch, as we have seen it over and over again, where they're able to take full advantage of that. I'm looking at Team 5 right now. They're kind of starting to set up. They know that team push.
Yep.
I want to see how Savage is going to be able to react to this when they try to push that bridge.
I have a question for you guys. Do we ever see people swimming? I mean, like, the river's not that. I mean, it's not that big,
Yeah.
I would
It's
say
an option here.
it is. We don't see it very often because it's so boring. We don't watch. But there's definitely swimmers that will cross the river. But again, like you brought up the bridge camp, and your local tennis club is doing it, but nobody's really showed up. In fact, SNE, who had nothing to do with this situation at all, is the team that seems to be voted most likely to walk into a trap at this point. And so they do. Damage coming out. Will it be enough? Hard to say. SNE team has no interest. Oh, never mind. I take that back. They do want to fight, and they're going to jump out and go right here on nudes. Really, guys? They're going to go. I mean, that's the reality, though. He's there by himself because the team knew that if you want to scout, you send nudes.
I mean, he's being able to hold up the angle, and right now, the only problem that he's gonna face up, there you go. He was gonna be sandwiched by Savage coming in. So this bridge camp is absolutely backfiring because SNE team came up, and I'm surprised that they decided to shoot at SNE team, considering that they only saw 2 vehicles. Meaning, usually chocoTaco. Usually, when you see 2 vehicles like that, you know that they're gonna be split. It's not gonna be a one-sided fight. And the way that SNE was, I mean, the way that the previous team was bridge camping, they were so spread out that I wish they would have not shot.
Very spread out. And SNE is such a good position right now in this tower. They just have sight over everything. I think this could be free reign for them.
Yeah, as a reminder for the scoring system, like if you're at home, you're like, why wouldn't SNE just go to the middle? Because you get a point per kill as well as placement value, right? So if you have a chance to knock out 8 players who all have to cross this tiny little bridge, and then you lose, it doesn't matter because 8 kills is equivalent almost to a win. So that is why a team like SNE is going to take that risk. Also worth noting, we're only playing 2 games, 7. If you go out early here, for every kill that SNE gets and stops these 2 from pushing across the bridge, is a higher chance they advance to the next round.
Oh, it definitely is. And I mean, it's going to put your team at a disadvantage, right? Especially if you get off early. Right now, I'm looking at SBD. I mean, they were the first team out. They didn't even get any elims. They're going to be watching this very closely and seeing how they can maybe adjust in the next one. So hopefully they can make it to the finals for today. But overall, right now, I'm looking at the team that was bridge camping. Your local team, it's not looking good. They went from being the hunters to now being the hunted. And you can see them just waiting. And this is played perfectly, honestly. You just got to wait it out. What I would love to see, and I'm not seeing right now, is I want to see Savage move out. I want them to be able to relocate. They have stayed there for so long, and they have so much room as well. We talked about teams swimming and whatnot. Hey, if you can, crash the car into the river. It's not that wide where you can actually just swim out of there.
Well, I mean, they didn't watch the pregame feature. I mean, honest. Okay, no, you know what? We'll talk about it. In fact, if we get a chance to come back and break down options for rotating, I hope that we do, because this is an example of not maximizing sort of functionality of a circle, Choco. And I hate to see it because Savage, I think it, never mind, they got lucky.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
So, you know, under normal circumstances, Savage's decisions were uniquely questionable. Somehow now they're going to be guaranteed probably what, top 3, 7?
I believe so. Something that I'm seeing right now is that they were about to push that bridge again. It seems like they didn't want to think outside the box. They didn't want to go through the river, and I hope that changes in the future. I'm not sure how many players they currently have right now. I think they actually only have 2.
Yeah.
I was gonna say try to split, but at this point, just stick together and try to set yourself up in a way that if you can blow up your cars for cover, do it now, because at this point you're not really gonna be able to do anything with those vehicles.
If you've
looking at Pure here, they took that position I was talking about earlier on top of that hill, and they are in trouble now because that hard shift put them in the exact opposite end of the circle. And they sent out a scout just now, but I'm going to be curious to see how they rotate into this one.
Well, you guys can see it. You know, you can't see it on the map, but right now raw material is split up and scouting different spots, going in and out of the circle, trying to drop fire. And this comes down to trying to just gather information. But the reality is 4 teams who are all competitors are stuck outside on the north and now have to try to find their way in. And I mean, I may as well be like David Attenborough. Like I can cast this like a wild, wild animals migration vibe, because at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be. Is they're going to try to come in and find a place by the water, but all that's there are predators way to take them out, and they don't know anything about it because of how far north they were. So we're going to see how that develops as everyone is now at a point where they have to move in. The blue is starting to close down from the north side. As we check here with local tennis club, they still haven't moved, and they're outside the circle 7.
They are, but now we're talking about swimming. You asked for it, chocoTaco. You got it.
Let's go.
That's exactly what I was hoping some of these teams would do. That's exactly what I honestly wanted to see Savage do, but they just weren't looking forward to it. Team 5, your local tennis club. This is great. If you can, find a spot where you can just stay still and let them fight it out.
I mean, that's true, but right now they're doing their best salmon impression as they try to find a better spot upstream. I just hope they don't get stuck with the respawn and actually go the distance and pull this one out. Now, we got jump over to raw material. Loca trying to find they got a decent spot, but they are being aggressed on by Rush for winners. And this is going to come down to mastery of throwables and just a boldness to the push, because none of them can easily push each other, because if they go on top of that hill, they expose themselves to Pure as well as others. And we're going to show you guys the new circle shift in a second, and it is absolutely brutal. And this fight has to come to an end, Choco. If you're in a fight like this and the circle shifts away from you, do you finish the fight? What's your protocol?
At this point in the game, I'm not really sure. I mean, it all depends, like we've been talking about, it all depends on information. Those eliminations are worth points too, so trying to finish the fight here is good. And also, man, you're right, this circle shift is brutal. Trying to rotate into this next circle early is not a good idea, I don't think. Because you're just going to be stuck and everyone is going to be third-partying, fourth-partying you. So trying to finish those fights, I think is a good idea. And then trying to rotate in as the zone shifts is probably going to be the best plan.
I do like what Bun was doing. He was kind of hugging that blue zone right now and just giving himself that coverage. And right now, Pure Love it's getting shot at. So they might be able to make that white rotation work.
That's true. I think Bud might. And I think it's funny that you bring this up. Is like sometimes we play this game and we're always conditioned to see the blue as an enemy, but sometimes it can be your best friend when you're stuck in a spot like this. Let's take a look at SNE team up here on top of the hill. The shift, the last shift was hard for them, but when it came back to this side, it actually gave them a spot to play in. They've got a good amount of smoke. They've got vehicles already set up in a fortified position, and they have the high ground. Maximizing this is going to be huge as they contend and defend against the Pure push over on the left side. Let's jump to the water where we see two players. It is what it is. Raw material didn't have a lot of ways to cross, and they're just having to deal with sort of, this is what happens when you're stuck playing the river.
It is. And guess what? Savage right now being able to collect at least a little bit of damage, pat his stats, and he's actually going to be able to convert some of those elims into points. So Savage being able to come in clutch. I wonder if he's going to be able to clutch this up. This will be great. Oh, he's not. Nice try, though. He was able to do the swim. Now, Savage, if you're going back and rewatching this, you guys need to make those moves way sooner, please.
Way sooner, way sooner. But it's on, and now it looks like SNE team has released the top of the river. These guys are hunting, and there's no other way to describe what they've done. They eliminated Pure and then split into a 2-2 and are literally clearing the entire zone. They started, if you guys are looking right now at the screen, on the opposite side of this circle and have since cleared all of the high ground. The only reason they did not find your local tennis club, Choco, is because they're hiding underneath the cliff in the water.
But it's working. It is working, and they're still alive. How many elims, though? Let's take a little look here.
Yep. If I am them right now, Choco, I drown myself.
Yeah, you know, should we talk about...
Yeah, there's no rules against it. Point denial.
There's no rules against it. You know, some people hate it. Some people, as a viewer, of course, it's a bummer to see the point denial, but, you know, it is a good, legitimate strategy. We are seeing some fighting, though. Let's go.
They're going for it. So he comes out. Loso wants to make a move. He's the last man standing for your local tennis club as he tries to volley the amount of lead coming towards him, but I just don't think it's going to happen, and the fight is going to end for love as the guys from SNE come out with a very big win. It's a team we said we should watch, and they go the distance on match number 1, 7.
They definitely did. I mean, that's one of the best performances I think we have ever seen. 17 elims to themselves. If I'm not mistaken, right, Takis? We start with 32 players. They were able to eliminate half of the lobby and some.
Whew. I wish I could eliminate half of a lot of things in my life. But they go ahead and eliminate half of that lobby. 17 kills is an absolutely wild number. 7 kills on their leading scorer. As we see this, Choco, it just seemed like they had no fear. Once they got to that final circle, all cares went out the window, and they played like well-organized pub stars, it felt like.
They did, and they just seemed like, no disrespect to their teams, but they just seemed like they were ahead of everybody in forming their strategy and figuring out how to rotate. So that put them in that position to just, like I said, they were in that tower for a while. They were just getting eliminations left and right up there. So I think it really just came down to them being in a good position before other teams were in good positions.
Let me ask you this, Choco, since I've got you here, and I know you have a copious amount of time played. Is there ever fights where, like, you haven't won, you know where they are, they've taken some shots at you, and you just in your head go, I'm just better than this person. I'm gonna go ahead and just destroy them. Does that happen a lot? Do you think maybe these guys had that going on?
Well, in this kind of tournament, I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't have that. But like, to be honest, that's kind of my mentality most of the time when I'm playing. And it might, I mean, you could call it an ego or something like that, but I think it's a good mindset to have because it's confidence, and confidence often results in something positive. So.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with an ego, especially if it's justified and under control outside of the game. Now, we're going to take a short break outside of this game, and when we come back, we've got even more action, including a brand new feature from chocoTaco. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Game 1 is done, and it was just to SN easy peasy as they come out with the first win, the big chicken, and 27 freaking points to start this off. My name is Toffees. That's Seven Worlds, and that's chocoTaco. But at the end of the day, the real stars were SNE in that last match. Gentlemen, let's take a look back at the highlights.
Let's definitely take a look at this highlights. I mean, raw material. They were able to actually collect themselves 5 elim points. We saw what happened here at the start too against Rush for Winners. He ended up backfiring for Rush for Winners, but I do got to give a shout out to Bun. He was able to get some of his teammates back. We always talked about if he was going to be able to back off a little bit, call up those green flares. They were able to do just that. And right here, SNE, this was so clutch. Rassi, just heard me mention it earlier. He was able to be a scout. This team is just completely different. They currently are like the Backstreet Boys, okay? They're a boy band right now, the way they're currently working together. Overall, did anything surprise you, chocoTaco, in that last game?
I think just the amount of eliminations that SNE easily managed to get. I mean, it was just insane, the amount of eliminations. So, and we're seeing it here from there when it just showed in the replay, they took that tower and it was such a good position. They got a ton of elims from right there.
It definitely was. I mean, if we're gonna talk about the SNE players, let's talk about Sam. He ended up with 7 elims to his name. And then if we go to Hyper from the same team from SNE, he ended up with 1,200 damage. These are numbers that we saw last week from some teams being able to get for over a span of 4 matches. So those stats are nothing to laugh at. And right now, Pure Pandy, he was able to put up 689 damage as well. Pure Love, they didn't show me any improvement in regards to just that final game. You mentioned it, chocoTaco. They put themselves in a peculiar situation there at the end where they weren't able to take advantage of it. They actually put them at a disadvantage. Hopefully things will change. They are qualified though to the grand finals, so they might be testing out stuff here. Toffees, they might not actually be playing to their full potential.
Yeah, if you guys see the asterisk on the leaderboards, that does mean qualified through. And look at this board. I mean, it speaks volumes about the game. 27 points to SNE. They could literally just eat popcorn in the next match and still advance to the next round. So I'm curious to see what they do. And I got to be honest, your metaphor of them as a boy band is about as perfect as it gets. I mean, literally 4 players. They clearly have practiced and rehearsed. They move together, but they're not afraid to go solo. And I'd also say their strategies, are they changing the game? Not necessarily, but they're executing it as well as anybody out there. And I have a lot of respect for what SNE has been doing. Now, I want to get better. I want you guys to get better. Actually, let's check in with Group A. That's a better idea to see exactly what they're doing. What? Choco, apparently this is the story of 2 Titans.
Oh my god, 19? Are you kidding me?
Right?
19 elims from Bound by Nature. That is insane. So are we going to get a chance to see these 2 teams that are getting tons of elims to go up against each other later tonight?
I think that we absolutely will. I assume that we'll see Vengeance and M249 joining them, and that these teams on the top are literally only getting better as this thing goes on, and it is shocking to see. Now, I want to get better, and I have been told that chocoTaco is not only a man, but also a myth, and in many ways a legend when it comes to his ability to coach. So let's get a little more of that rah-rah vibe with our new feature, Choco's Chalkboard.
Hey guys, Coach Choco here with Choco's Chalkboard. Right now, I want to talk to you guys about how to rotate on a hard shift circle, especially toward the late game. We've all had that game where we are struggling to get in the zone, but we do finally make it in, okay? And this is you right here. You just made it in, and the circle just closed behind you. And when that happens, it's important to check your map because a new circle is about to show up. And sometimes we get unlucky and get that hard shifted circle. So how do we deal with this? Now, you're gonna have this dotted line here. So you could deal with it by just taking that route. This is your fastest route, and it's also your shortest route to the next zone. However, it's often not the safest, and I really wouldn't recommend taking that if you have other options. So you're gonna have other enemies in the zone. I'm just gonna draw a couple here as examples. So if you're rotating up through here, even if these enemies are anywhere in this area, you might get shot from the left side. When that happens, when you hear shooting, you often look. So this player looks, now you're getting shot from the right, and you're getting third-partied, and you're getting sandwiched, and that is not a situation that you want to find yourself in. Also, it's important to remember, we all know there are players that will sit on the edge of the zone like this and try to hold you out. So then you have a third player that's shooting at you, and you're in an even worse situation. So what I recommend you do, instead of rotating just straight to the zone, is wrapping around the edge. So this is also what I do in my own games all the time. So instead of going that way, you could choose to go right, depending on what's going on in your game, or you could choose to go left, but you're gonna follow the edge of the circle until you get all the way into the next zone. The reason this is so effective is because you can kind of use this edge of the circle or this edge of the circle. You can kind of think of it as a wall, because there are likely, especially in the late game, not to be players outside of the zone. So you don't have to worry. If you're going this way, you do not have to worry about enemies over here. So the chances of getting sandwiched are super low. You could maybe get into a fight with this player, but you only have to look that way. And you also are looking in front of you, which is really important. You don't have to look to your left, your right, or behind you. You're looking in front of you. Same thing if you go this way. It's super effective, super simple, but I hope you guys will use it in your games, and we'll see you in the next episode of Choco's Chalkboard.
Whistle on the play, but if you guys think that you can play better than those here, or just want to tune those skills, now's the time to do it, because we told you that 2022 was going to be jam-packed with PUBG action, and it is already underway. While you're watching the ESL PUBG Masters going down, throughout this whole thing, we're going to take some notes, because your chance to show off is now. ESL.gg/New State Mobile Mashup is happening, and you can get in the game. 2 more Open Qualifiers, 1 more influencer event after tonight, and over $200,000 in prizes available to win. So get there, check it out. It is going to be awesome. Guys, it is time just about for us to get into game. 1 map is done, only 1 left to play. Let's go to you, 7. What would you tell the teams on the bottom if they came to you and said, Coach 7, Choco just taught us to rotate. Teach us to win, baby. What do you tell them?
I'll tell you, do the exact same thing that Choco just told you, all right?
Oh, yeah?
Play that edge of the zone. Do not try to go towards the middle, and make sure if you are going to rotate, Savage, I'm looking at you once again. If you're going to rotate or do anything, do it right away. Don't wait until the last minute, even though you guys got super lucky. You guys might not be so lucky this time around.
I'm going to give you my savage face. We're into the game. Let's do this. Matches get underway. It is another Southern Circle. Y'all going to see it in just a second, as it is going to once again take a look down towards City Hall and Shelton. Not a ton of options. The Three Rivers is still in play, but most importantly, 7, it's going to be all about that Kidney Bean Island.
It definitely is. I'm going to be looking at Shelton. I want to see which of these teams are going to decide to drop early. We've seen some teams deciding to wait until the end. And also, I mean, we have Maul straight on the plane path. If anybody can land there and be the only team on that area, you're going to be able to get so many drone credits. It's going to put you already at a huge advantage. You're going to be able to customize your weapons, maybe call in some riot shields, and maybe set yourself up with the green flare in case one of your players does go down later on.
Kidney bean.
Kidney Bean.
I don't
You
think
like
I'm
that?
ever going to look at that again the same way.
Well, I thought about going with heart, but it just reminds me of chili. We call it chili. So,
Chili Island.
Anybody dropping it, Chili? No. One team's going to get in the pot. We'll see if they can make it happen as they head towards Shelton. Though a nice little spread, and that's SME for you guys. Like, look at the brazenness of this drop
Huge
from those
spread.
boys. It's like, oh, I'm surprised that they can stay in the air with the weight of that massive hubris pulling them down so quickly as they drop into the game.
And this might be kind of what we're talking about. They know, I think they're going to qualify for the next round. So they might just kind of be doing, doing a little experimentation here with their land. I don't know if I didn't see last game. I don't believe they did this sort of strategy with their landing. So
they did not.
They are getting, they are getting a ton of information from this though.
And then the circle's like, you guys want south? Let's do it. Meanwhile, the fight breaks out. Raw Material and Strangers BD at war right out of the gate. Basically, they're like, listen, one of us is going to go home for the night and one of us is going to advance. So, like, let's just get it out of the way as the fight kicks off right off of the jump. And I think it says maybe even a more chaotic. Is there another team? Is there another team up there I'm missing? Who is that? Oh, it's all Raw.
Yeah.
Okay, I just look purple, and this guy looks orange, and I'm bad with colors. Don't judge me.
I see
Golden
Volt
Boy.
nearby.
You see a what?
Volt. I see from. Oh wait,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
that's from.
No, you're trying to help me. I appreciate it though.
Oh, rush for winner. Okay, there is 3 teams. There is.
There is. There is.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
All
did it. You were
right.
right. Don't doubt yourself. Confidence, man. You need the confidence.
I want to be more like SNE. Teach me. All right, so that is correct. Golden Boy, I like this. He's just like low and slow. I'm just gonna lay down. You got to jump down at some point, my man, and I'm gonna be waiting for you. Raw materials got the bolty. You don't see a lot of those in traditional Battle Royale PC these days, but they seem very prevalent here in mobile. Is there a reason for that, Seven?
They definitely are, especially with the M24. If you're able to customize that weapon, it's going to be pretty much a one-shot and that player gets knocked. So I would be surprised if we don't see the M24 even more, as Golden Boy does have one right now. They're just so close to each other right now. He's going to utilize those SMGs. I want to see some SMGs.
He got nothing out of it. That's unfortunate. Now he's got to come out. They know where Vino is because he got that first kill, and now Golden Boy's giving up his position. He tries to make a hard push. He's got to help defend as Vino does lock down the stairs. Low-key trying to get up there, but can't make it happen. Golden Boy's going to come in pretty high-key, but he gets shot from the other side, and Loki's going to go down, putting us in a two deficit here. So you can see the rest of Strangers BD trying to get a nice little shot here. Volt has an angle on SNE, and we'll jump back very quickly to Raw Material as Kahneman tries to make the play. Vino comes down and causes more trouble for RM, though they are down to just 2 players, I believe, as they try to hold this line. Do they stick around? I think Raw Material might just let them off easy with taking those 2 kills.
I think that's the smart play. Yeah. And I think this was actually huge for Strangers BD. Keep in mind, this was the team coming into this game. They ended up with 0 points overall in that last one, and this is going to be the last match. They need to be able to get as many points as they can. Yeah. Right now, they're being able to secure 4 points for sure with those eliminations that they got early on. I want them to be able to call back their teammates. It's only 2 of them. It's not a position where you want to be, and they're still being surrounded by the other team.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, SNE has come back. They have the entire Chile Island to themselves, and they left a player and brought all 3 back over to this side to mess with these teams.
Ooh.
And that's what hubris gets you, buddy. A big old serving of take that.
Yeah, well, Volt was just sitting. I was going to comment on that. He was just sitting. I don't think the other player knew he was there. He was just extremely patient. I think you heard him coming and just kind of sat still and waited and that was just completely free elimination right there.
I mean, that's Volt, though. I expect nothing from you can't hear electric cars. Why would you hear an electric player?
Exactly. Well played. A little RP action going on here. Okay, I like it.
Little RP. There are electric cars in this game, which is an interesting change, Seven, because it does add a little bit of a difference. They're a lot harder to pick up on rotations.
They definitely are. Although on the new update, the wonderful developers on New State Mobile, they noticed that and they didn't make it, so they make a little bit more noise. And something to keep in mind as well with the electric vehicles is if you do for some reason end up in the blue zone, you are going to lose some of that battery. So you have to watch out. You have to make sure you are definitely not in the blue zone, not just because it's going to hurt you, but it's also because it's going to take away some of that battery power that your vehicle needs to have. And I love right now that that Team 4 was able to revive Golden Boy. This was a player that we saw him do a lot of great stuff last week, and I want him to be able to showcase that again here today.
Yep, so they are going to pick up one of their MVPs to start to get everybody back up and running. Though what Choco brought up last time around is if you do have to leave a fight to go somewhere else and do your reses, the gear is going to be a massive issue because you don't have anything available. You come back with essentially nothing except the pistol and the full boost that you start the game with here in the Extreme BR mode. Now, as we watch the players drop in, we see a couple of players sort of sharing up this middle area, but no fights quite breaking out. Can you give me a quick synopsis of what Extreme BR is versus regular, Seven?
Definitely. So right now we're playing with 32 players in the lobby. Usually regular Battle Royale would be 100 players. If you actually go into the game, it would actually get cut down to 64 players, and the matches are 20 minutes maximum. Also, the loot has been increased. The drone credits have been increased. So if you want to be able to upgrade your weapons, get green flare guns, anything like that, it'll be so much easier. And the pacing is so much faster too.
It is. You see a lot of loot. Players get into the fights very, very quickly. And then even players returning being kitted up enough to get into a battle. It's pretty rare that we see crossbows or desperation pickups, like we used to in the old days of BR here, especially in extreme mode. Now, let's check in with, this is our Winter Soldiers team. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's Pure Love. That makes way more sense. Pure Love going to be making a nice little rotation here as Savage is off in the distance, but hasn't quite engaged them yet. And I think that's because they still have players from the rest of Savage that are farther back up by Chester.
They definitely do. They're currently doing that 2-2 split, which honestly, I don't mind considering this is the first circle. And they're being able to loot up Chester, which, as I was mentioning earlier in the previous match, it is just massive with loot. You're going to be able to get a lot of drone credits. You're going to be able to get a lot of the weapons that these players prefer. And something that I haven't seen yet today, and something that I would love to see, is I want to see somebody use the Vector, especially after the update. They made it so it has a new customization. Now you can actually add a drum mag to it, which is going to leave you with 45 bullets on the Vector. Trust me, with my potato aim, that's going to come in so handy.
What?
Look at these teams still looting in outside of the zone as well. Multiple teams. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, of course, but and we have one team doing a 2-2 split. You are okay. Well, you can say so, but man, this is a faster paced mode and a shorter game, so yeah, maybe they're just getting a little behind on loot, or maybe they're trying to catch up. So we'll see how easy the rotation is.
My biggest issue is that's your local tennis club, right? And so these guys are in 5th place with a whopping 6 points from the last match. It feels like they're staying there to be safe, but I don't know. Choco, I have a hard time subscribing to just try to make the top 4, because at the end of the day, like, sure, you make the final round, but like, what does that say about you and your ability to win the championship?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, but at the same time, having good loot is going to result in winning fights, and that might be why they're still in there getting loot. I don't think you see them in there looting; they're not just sitting in there AFK prone in a bush.
Right. No, that's right. I mean, that's why I can't beat a streamer, because they have streamer loot, and there's just nothing you can do to kill them in a game.
Hey,
right?
You're not supposed to know about that.
We're not supposed to know. The secrets are out. Let's take a look at Raw. That's Roni up there. This is Rush for Winners. I do like that acronym. It's nice. As they get a little bit ready, take down a look at Pure Love. Pure Love did make a pretty long rotation, but ultimately, they found a home, Seven.
They definitely did, and I actually love this rotation that they put themselves in, considering the circle that would currently have a play. They got themselves kind of close to the bridge, away from that big area in Loganville, and setting themselves up for a possible rotation depending on where that circle goes. And going to Team 5, your local tennis club, I'm not surprised that they're currently playing this way. All of the points that they got from last match was pretty much from positioning and just camping. They really didn't get any points from eliminations.
Yeah, they have been very. It's weird too, right? Because I don't feel like I remember them being so position driven the first night that we watched them. They seemed like they were, I feel like, taking some fights, and we were noticing them because of the wins, not just the sort of dive middle strategy. But things evolve, right?
Yep, they definitely do. There was a team that was trying to be aggressive. Remember in the last match, when they were trying to do that bridge camp? But he absolutely backfired. So it could be that their confidence has died down a little bit after that, and they're playing it safer this time around. I mean, they are currently in 5th place, technically, with the standings. I would play it too. I would play safe too.
Yeah. And speaking of bridge camps, I hope we get to see another juicy bridge camp. I can't resist a good bridge camp. And this circle has the river is dividing the circle directly in half right now between the North Island and Chile Island. And so I'm hoping we get to see another juicy bridge camp going on in this game.
Worth noting, all 4 players of SNE are back up and running. And that was probably why we saw them send a player in to look for a hunt, right? They pre-ordered a green smoke, told one of their players, if you want to go try to get a kill, go for it. And then when he died, they just smoked him across the river, brought him back, kitted him up, and played on. And I think that's the benefit of owning half of the circle.
Yeah, 100%. And being able to use that green smoke to just, like you said, have someone either go out to scout or go out and try to get some elimination points. If it doesn't work out, fine, we'll just call you back in. Using that as a strategy is just so smart, and I love that.
It's huge. And I think what we're seeing, Seven, and I think I'd recommend this for teams at home, is our best teams are ordering up the green smoke before it's even needed. And then they're leaving that smoke on an anchor player. That is a player who is playing the rear position, the last one to rotate, the one who's maybe scouting from the high ground while everyone else pushes forward or takes fights. And then that player is always in a unique position to immediately bring someone back in. On top of that, Seven, we can put weapons and things in trunks of vehicles now. So they're literally pre-setting a reload out in case someone does go down.
Yeah, we definitely can. I didn't want to give out my strat, okay, Topies, but
That's what I do.
I'll let the viewers know. Usually what we tend to do as well with some of the players is we tend to see them order some riot shields, which we actually just saw somebody do. And you can only carry one, but as you mentioned, you do have space on the trunk of the cars. You're able to just pack up a bunch of riot shields on the back of that trunk and being able to utilize them. Keep in mind, we really didn't have that much cover in that last zone that we played in the previous match. And from what I'm seeing right now here with this circle, there could be a chance where we might end up in the same situation where a lot of teams aren't going to have a lot of cover. And I love that Pure Love was able to assess that right away and order some shields to their advantage.
Yeah,
I love that for those trunks, man. I'm so jealous as a PC player of all these really cool features in New State. Being able, I mean, the ideas going through my head right now for the trunk space is just like, I want to fill it with, nades and just throw 500 nades at the end of the game. So that's such a cool feature.
Well, then you talk about like the casual feature of like the recruit mechanic. I know we turned it off for esports, but like that is just hours of good times, like being able to steal someone from another team. So I will say that like New State is hilariously fun to play, and I am also, just like you, constantly jealous of sort of the steps KRAFTON has taken to take Battle Royale to the next level.
Toffee, sorry to interrupt you. Something I wanted to kind of mention here. It's S&E right now is the best position team. I mean, look at their split right now. Depending on which their circle is going to go, they're going to be the best position team, and they're going to be able to react right away. And when we look at some of the other teams, look at this cluster right here. I mean, we had like 4 teams in that section alone.
Yeah, and everyone is grouped up in the same spot. This is going to be mayhem.
It is going to be mayhem. I think I see the new light machine gun in play right now over there. So a lot of accuracy through volume as these teams just try to hold each other out. But again, this is a staple of competitive Battle Royale. If you don't get a circle in your favor, well, take a fight, because at the end of the day, kills are often just as valuable. So if you don't think you can get 2 or 3 more placement points, but you could maybe wipe a team on the way out, that is a preferable action. So a lot of these teams are going to be hunkered down here. Here comes the push. Looks like Savage is going in. Carpal is going to be down. Oh my gosh. That's the new weapon, I believe, as he comes in and just opens fire. So Savage will get the kill, but I don't think they were able to save their play. I think the flush went through.
It was. They're currently right now with just 2 players. The exact same thing that we actually saw from last map with Savage. Hopefully they'll be able to recover one of the players that they did end up losing. Meme, that was a player that was clutch for them. And I did notice that new weapon that you were mentioning that just released last night on the new update, the MG3. I mean, this weapon, 75 rounds, 7.62 ammunition. So it's going to cause some damage. And usually I see a lot of teams using that weapon to destroy some vehicles.
What did you say, Toffee's volume? Something about, you had a really great little saying there. Something by volume?
Accuracy through volume.
Accuracy through volume. I love that, dude.
You may have heard of a man named Porosaurus. Anytime we play together and I open fire and miss the beginning of my spray, that little turd sits in the back of the Discord and goes, accuracy through volume, my man, and just starts laughing. So
hey, whatever gets the job done.
That's what I say. If they end up eliminated, it's all good. So he goes to reload. I will question this though, Seven. He pushed a small room, with the light machine gun instead of a Groza, which he also has equipped. So I'm a little shocked by that, but we'll see how it plays out. Sean Savage with the 2X defending against an onslaught from Raw, and I just think they want points here. Like that, I don't see why else you maybe push this at the moment.
They definitely do. And just a heads up, with this new weapon, even though it is a light machine gun, it still has a super fast firing rate. It actually has 2 different firing rates. It can go from 660 RPM to 990 RPM. So I not surprised. And as you guys mentioned, spray and pray. Hopefully you'll be able to get somebody as you go in. If not, use it as suppress fire.
Yeah, that faster fire rate is absolutely insane. I think that's probably why they were using it over the Groza. Yeah. Like when you're up close with that fast fire rate, it's insane how fast you can melt someone.
So we saw it try to go head-to-head there. It is going to be a light machine gun showdown as you see all the players pushing up the mountain. Savage does have the Groza, tries to take the lead with it. Cannot close the deal as he goes to ADS and gets dropped down. So great news for RAW as raw material. walks away with that one, and now they do have mostly sort of northwest control. SNE's not alone anymore, though, Seven. This is interesting.
Oh, they're definitely not. But this is what I was talking about. The location of the two players that they did have that split. Guess what? Now SNE is going to be able to push back right away, which they're currently doing right now. I would like to see what Mr. Nudes is going to do, where he's going to be able to relocate and which way there's going to be able to flank. And something else that we mentioned. Now, what I'm loving here from Pure is that they are going to be looking to make that swim. And to their advantage, they do have those shields. So once they make the swim, they're going to be able to set up shop and give themselves some cover.
All right. My question right now is whether or not these three teams up top or the other three teams already just, I mean, SNE just finished crossing, but are they going to try to cross now, or are they going to try to stay on that northern part of the circle? They will have to almost certainly rotate down eventually. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
It looks like Pure Love is taking their time.
I think Pure's making the right call, though. Pure's going to hold that spot. They can lock it up. They'll be able to snipe a little bit. They can close with the blue, so the other northern members of Pure will probably fall in at the last second and try to get a couple of kills. Meanwhile, SNE, this is a tough fight for your local tennis club because at the end of the day, SNE does not need to win this, and your local tennis club does. Like, they got to get a lot of points off of this fight, and it's got to be discouraging once you realize, oh shoot, the only fight that I have available to me right now are the ones that got 17 kills in the last lobby.
Yeah, and the good thing right now that I was going to say about your local tennis club is that they do have the height advantage. They are going to be able to shoot down on them, and now from what I'm able to see here, they do have cover not just in rocks, but they do have cover on right shields as well. And they still have a vehicle, so if they do have to rotate super far on well, not super far on this next one, but if they do have to rotate anywhere, they'll at least have the vehicle to hopefully they'll be able to put down some smoke and get there quick, destroy that vehicle, and also use it as cover.
All right, up on top of the bridge, we got Strangers BD holding the bridge. We got Pure doing a little bit of scouting right now as they look around. You got SNE team who has held off the push from local tennis club and is now just playing pick apart as they look for free kills and steals. Choco?
This is just a repeat of what happened in the last match. Yeah. They've just positioned themselves so smartly, and they're just now just teeing off on everyone. I mean, they're just
they're gonna
get free eliminations all over the place.
The green player
I'm really impressed by what they've been doing in these past two games.
Show us the dinner bell. Sorry, John, the dinner bell got ranked. Somebody dropped in this circle. He, I think, is going to make it. Not one person has shot at Bun yet, so I thought he was going to get toasted, but he'll have no issues whatsoever. Let's jump over to Pure Love. Get some nice shots here. This is it. It's like each team's just sort of taking turns messing with the other one. Nice knock. Pure did get that hit, but immediately takes return fire from Vino, who gets two of them. The second Pure looked away, they got pushed by another team. That's just about sums it up. And now SNE trying to deal with your local tennis club over here, who despite playing a bit of an outdated sport is putting up a pretty good match.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Outdated sport? Okay. We'll have a talk later.
I was talking about camping. I was talking about camping.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, agreed.
Who camps anymore? Not when well, I mean, I might go camping now that I can play New State while I'm in the tent. That's actually not a bad idea. All right, posters up the stairs. This is a good chance for your local tennis club to show us what they're made of. Blind firing the smoke. That's called accuracy. That's volume through accuracy, right? Yeah. Sam tries to come down, goes for the same thing. It is literally spray and pray all over the place like a toddler's graffiti convention as the man tries to push up yet again. Your local tennis club is volleying back every attack by SNE, but SNE doesn't care. They can go down here and they'll still advance to the next round, but this needs to be a play that your local tennis club has to take home as they continue to try to fight their way up the stairs. Meanwhile, the rest of the map has been collapsing on them. This fight does need to come to a relatively quick finish, or tennis club's going to get pushed from behind.
They definitely are. It looks to me like right now they're just setting themselves up to get squeezed. Luckily for them, Team 4 and Pure Love are just battling each other. We got Strangers BD on the bridge. We also got Pure Love. It seems like they finally decided to make that swim. And on top of that, we still have that one last player from Rush for Winner, Bun, which we saw last time, being able to be the only survivor. I'm not sure about this green player. I think it's going to be able to distract a lot of stuff. But if this player is somehow able to make it down, I'm going to be super impressed.
At least we'll get some information, you know? They're flying in. They can see it all. UAV activated.
Well, and that's it too, right? Like either you see everything or people shoot at them and tell you everything you would have seen. It's not a bad, and why not? You've got it. May as well deploy it. Plus, I think if you die in the air and land on someone's head, they die. That's not true, but it would be cool as a cool way to finish. You drop the shoot and just land on someone for the final kill. I think that'd be pretty incredible. You got a pistol, so you could do it. All right, Scooby, Sam up in the roof. SNE, it looks like they're in a position they could potentially wait. Can they win this one, Seven? Is this something that's going to happen again? No. Sure.
With which team? Which team?
SNE.
Hold on. So, SNE? I don't know, because the other player from your local tennis club has landed, and he's going to be looking to loot up. So it's going to become a 4v3. And right now, SNE just seems to be trapped. If he's able to get this knock, this is going to be huge.
That would be huge, but it doesn't look like he goes to the other window. He's going to jump out. He's trying to stay away from the blue, takes damage on the way down, and that is it for him. Golden Boy does manage to get the kill there on Scooby, and will open the door for them to try to take this win. It's a big match for them. Strangers BD under the bridge, trying to make a stand. They need a good game to advance. At the same time that your local tennis club is in a good spot, they hold the high ground. They're going to make the push. They're going to spray it on down, and they are going to take home the win. It is an ace for your local tennis club.
It definitely is. I mean, it came down to that fight with SNE. Even though it took a very long time, that was ultimately the play. And we got to give some props as well to Strangers BD. This was a team that ended up with 0 points after the first match. They fought back. They made sure they played to their playing style. And it looks like they're going to be moving to the next top 8.
Maybe. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a nail biter. A lot of teams were pretty close there coming into this match, Choco. But was there anything that you saw out of maybe the tennis club or Strangers that you showed maybe some signs of brilliance going forward?
Honestly, I'm so focused on SNE because I just think they're just playing so smart.
Yeah.
And they didn't end up, I think maybe they got third in that last match, but they're I know they didn't win that one, but they're the team I'm really looking at because I'm just kind of blown away by the creativity and the planning. They're just planning so well for all these hard circle shifts, and it doesn't matter because they're ready for it. So
that's a really good point. And I think that's one of those things, too, when you talk about Battle Royales, right, with lots of teams dropping in, multiple maps. A team doesn't have to win. They just have to show you that they know how to make the best of a situation. They know how to sort of capitalize on rotations. We learned about rotations from you in the last segment. And, I think we saw some teams utilizing that sort of as the blue closes, treating it like a best friend. Do you think the blue is your best friend in the game? Or do you have is there a gun that you would trade all safety of an edge position for to get your hands on? Like, what drives you the most in PUBG?
I avoid the blue at all costs. Okay, I have a friend named Bob. He lives in there. Okay, like we saw in that game, he would be out there looting for hours. Okay, but me, I'm staying away, and I'm a big position player. So I am not even usually playing the edge of the circle. That's one reason I think I like SNE because I love the way they're playing because I kind of see my own play style in that. Tons of looking ahead and planning, and just don't worry about the edge of the zone because I'm nowhere near it. Usually, I planned way ahead to avoid that.
Well, that's chocoTaco. We're name dropping Hollywood Bob. My name's Toffees. We got 7 worlds here. Don't come back. Don't go anywhere after this break because we're going to see how many more names we can drop as we've got 4 more matches and the finals coming up. We are back, and the round of 16 is officially in the books as Tennis Club serves up a win. They play an ace of a game and come out on top, leaving Pure Love and the rest behind. They will make a nice advance, but we'll get to the scoreboards in a moment. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Seven Worlds Gaming and the Choco freaking Taco. And we're going to pick your brain, brother, because I got a lot of questions for you. But first,
Highlights indeed. And I want to see some more of the SNE madness. All right, 36 points total. That is nothing to be ashamed of, too. And I mean, your local tennis club, out of nowhere, you served it up. You said it right. They served up that win. Ended up with 20 total points. Overall, I have to agree with what chocoTaco was saying. So far, I'm just so impressed by SNE, the team, what they're currently able to do. Choco, we saw how they positioned themselves with that 2-2 split on the bridge, and they were able to take full advantage of it by being able to rotate right away, not having to worry about some of the other teams. Like, we saw 4 teams fighting at one point.
Yep, and we also saw them when they're landing at the beginning of the game. They're doing an interesting split there to get more information or possibly send out a scout. So yeah, I just really love the way they've been playing.
I do too, and they need to keep on playing like that, because now we got some top dogs coming in. We got M249 Fan Club. We got some of the other ones that you'll be seeing just in a bit. And SNE is one of those teams that has already qualified for the grand final. So I'm actually impressed that they're continuing to dominate like this. I thought they were maybe going to take a step back, do a bunch of crazy stuff, but they decided not to, Toppies.
So as we look at this board, I'm going to remind you the top 4 teams from each lobby advance to the finals, where we'll take the top 3 to go to the grand final. On this left side, SNE, your local tennis club, Strangers BD, and Pure Love advance. 3 teams that we've seen before. Your local tennis club is a newcomer, but we'll see if they've got what it takes to hang, because the issue is this. 3 teams are advancing. SNE has 36. Violent by Nature and M249 have 33 apiece. And then there's the others. And so I start to worry, because Burn and Silence and Inferno, they qualified too, but everyone's doing it in the teens. And all I know personally is being in the 30s is way better than being in the teens. Mark it, I said it, I'm old, deal with it. Now let's take a look at the teams that are going the distance. They're gonna be in the final. It is Pure Love, M249 Fan Club, SNE team, Strangers BD, your local tennis club, Burn and Silence, Violent by Nature, and Tough Infernos Esports. A lot of fire references, which I find fascinating. Which one's your favorite to win this thing, Seven?
If I had to put money on it, I would have to say M249 Fan Club. But you know what? I actually would love to see what Violent by Nature is going to do.
Okay.
Because they were the team that ended up, out of both of those groups, they were the team that appears to be the most aggressive. They ended up with 23 elims. So Violent by Nature is going to be my pick.
Choco, let's just throw a Hail Mary. Who do you think wins?
Well, I've been talking about them so much, but SNE, they're who I'm going with. But I have a question for you, Toffees, real quick.
Oh, yeah.
We noticed there on the board there that there's some teams that have already qualified for the grand final. So what happens in that situation if they're going to be winning?
Well, that is an excellent question. I'm glad you asked. If you've already qualified, you can't qualify again. So you get the cash, lots of stacks, but the qualification ticket goes to the next person on the leaderboard, which means tiebreakers and things like that can be very, very important. So every kill matters, and that's why you'll see things like denials, etc. happen, because that could be the difference between $200,000 and not. The big difference between both of those things every time, though, is knowledge, which is why we brought the single greatest Battle Royale coach in the history of Battle Royales here tonight to teach you how to be the best darn Battle Royaler you can be. It is time for Choco's Chalkboard.
Hey guys, Coach Choco here, again with Choco's Chalkboard. This time, we're talking about how to decide where to land. Now, some of you guys have been saying, Coach Choco, that is a really nice chalkboard you have. Well, I got something to show you. I got another one. I got chalkboards for days, okay? And I got a graph here for you about how to decide where to land. So we got risk versus loot. Now, this is our happy zone down here. Okay, we got high loot and we got low risk. Really down to this area, this doesn't really exist. Okay, this doesn't really exist. But we do want to end up, we'll be happy if we end up on this side of the dotted line. Up here, this is sad zone. Okay, you don't want to be sad. So high risk, low loot, not really what we want. Okay, so you don't really want to be up here. So you want to be either down here, or this is kind of our, well, you know what? Up here, high risk, high loot. We're kind of happy there. Sort of happy. Not as good as down here, but we really want to try to find somewhere to land that's going to have a nice balance of risk and loot, because it is really important to get that good loot, especially early on in the game. Now, let's go back to our map of Troy. Expertly drawn, I must say. Some of my favorite drops here in the middle are Exhibition Hall, Police Station, and Mall. These are three of my favorites. They are high risk, high loot, but you can consistently get that good loot, and these put you kind of in the center of the map, which is really nice because it allows you to rotate really easily no matter where the circle goes. If the circle starts up in the corner, you're ready to go. If the circle starts down in this corner, you're ready to go. So I really love, especially on Troy, landing in that central location of the map. Now, if you want a little bit less risk and also good loot, Midtown and Mesa are two other ones I really like. They're more city-like, so it's easier to fight in, easier to back off if you need to, and you can just be a little more consistent there, but also puts you in that position where you still are in a good position to rotate. Now, I do want to say one last thing, which is I know there are some of you guys that love landing on the edges of the zone, okay? So if you're going to do that, I really recommend just forget all this stuff up here. Land on one of these islands, because if you have to rotate to the edge of the map, these islands are the ones that are going to be tough because you have to cross the water. So if you're going to choose to land on an edge, choose down here. We got Alamo. We also have City Hall. So that's how I decide where to land. Hope it helps you guys, and we'll see you in the next edition of Choco's Chalkboard.
I love it. I love it. The idea of balancing risk versus reward is just the most powerful principle outside of learn to talk and don't run over your teammates. I think those are probably the three holy orders of Battle Royale. But if you know the true key to unlock victory, now is the time. 2022 is the year. Signups are open, and esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup is the website. Legendary status is waiting, as well as $200,000 in prizes. So stop being a punk and sign up. Guys, it is time for us to get this thing underway. The players are about to take to the field of battle. I am excited. My name's Tavis. I got 7 worlds. I got chocoTaco. We're going to take you through all of the action in just a moment. Now, while we do, though, let's talk a little bit of strategy. We got some changes to the game recently. So as we prepare for the drop-in, 7, I want you to maybe give us a Cliff's Note, because Lord knows I'm a terrible reader, a Cliff's Note on the changes that came out with the last patch.
Definitely. So last week, we might have seen a lot of teams use cars towards the end of the circle.
Yeah.
We're going to see that a lot less now because it has been nerfed. If you are shooting from the vehicle, it's going to be a lot harder to be able to do that. But the positive out of that is if you are in a vehicle and it does explode, you're not going to fully die right away. You're actually going to get knocked. Before, if it exploded, you were done. They had to call that green flare gun for you. Now, they don't have to do that. Something else that I mentioned earlier, the Vector, we really haven't seen it, but you can customize it to have a drum magazine up to 45 bullets. That's just ridiculous. The Mini 4 team now has the customization that has an availability of an open stock slot. I mean, that alone right there is massive. And overall, I just want to say these teams are getting so lucky with these circles because it has been pretty much the 3 exact same circles. I wanted to see a little bit of Vermont. I wanted to see if anybody was going to go there to collect all the drone credits that are usually there. But right now, I mean, Cornwall, Loganville, Mall, Chester, those aren't looking bad.
You're saying there's a lot of
Bridge camp,
right?
Bridge
camp. Is there a lot of cash in Vermont? Is that what I just heard? Fascinating. Yes. It was 0. But Bridge Camp would be nice. We continue to see Chile and Three Rivers put into all of these maps. Loganville has been the center of kerfuffle many, many times. We'll see if teams choose to go there or avoid. I am a little shocked, Choco, at how many teams are going north considering how the last few maps have gone.
Same. I mean, we have the river again, and it's been a problem for multiple teams, but we're still, like you're saying, we're seeing several teams going north, but they are getting to land very safely in spots with pretty good loot or very good loot. Mall is just uncontested. So even though they're landing up there, they're going to be able to loot up efficiently, very efficiently, quickly, and get, you know, good loot.
Absolutely. And now keep in mind, as the day ends here, Seven, the top 3 teams who are not qualified will be advancing to the grand final. I say that with a bit of an asterisk on it because 3 of the teams in here have already qualified for the final. So that means that 3 plus 3 is 6. Only 2 teams in this lobby don't get to go through. Does that change how you play if you're one of those teams?
Oh, it definitely does in Toffees. I think we might have to check on that because with the influencer night, it might be just.
Oh, you're right. It's one team. Oh, thank goodness. Ha ha. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mock you, other teams, but only 1 goes through. So 4
it makes
will
it
not
even harder
make it.
now.
Right. It is way harder. I was kind of like, oh, it's only 2 get out, but 4, that's scarier. Okay. That does change things. Thank goodness that you're here, Seven. Can you imagine what life would be like without you?
It would be horrible. It would
Horrible.
be horrible. But, you know, I think these teams really should just I don't think that kind of stuff. I know you can change your strategy a bit because of things like that, but I think just play your game, you know?
Yep.
You know, they come into this, they prepared for this. So, you know, stick to your strategy and play your game, and that's what's going to make you most successful. Because if you start throwing in other stuff, that's where complications start to happen, and you don't want to see that when you're in a tournament like this.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, these teams are playing for that prize pool, right? First place does end up taking home a sweet $2,000. And right now, from what I'm seeing, from what chocoTaco just said, teams are playing their style. I mean, we have M249. I'm used to seeing them land in mall if nobody's going to contest them there. They did just that. They're going to have a lot of loot, and this is a team that's usually really heavy if they're able to get all the weapons. And we saw some customization abilities there at the end as well when we were looking at them at mall. Another team that I'm looking at right now is S&E. S&E, I mean, they're set. They're playing their style as well. Yep. 3 players together, and then you have Rossi just in the middle of nowhere scouting for them.
I like that he noped out of there so quickly. I do want to touch on this. Like, we're talking about what we see. Let's talk about something that we don't see in this map right now, and that is Vengeance. Vengeance is qualified for the grand final. They played here tonight. They were insanely strong last week during Opens. They only got 6 points total in the last 2 games, Seven. That is, I think, a shock to pretty much everybody, including the players in this lobby.
It definitely is, considering during the weekend, during those open calls, they ended up with 61 points. So I'm not sure what happened. Maybe they are that team that's trying different stuff. Remember, we said some of these teams are qualified. If you are going to try anything new, now might be the time. So I'm not going to really I'm not going to really go into detail of, oh, maybe it's something going on with the team or whatever it might be. It could be just they're trying new things. It didn't work out for them. Guess what? They're still in the grand finals.
You know, I know that I'm just the play-by-play and I'm just the host, but I'm gonna go in on them. You know, I think that there is a problem here. When they played in the qualifiers, or last week, I think it was in this rounds, they had 2 terrible games to start their day. Absolutely dismal. Last place going into game number 3. And the reason is because they take early fights. They are firm believers, I think, in dropping, looking for 4 kills, and then green smoking anyone you lose. And that is a cool idea. I dig it. It's worked for them. But in a 2-game round, if even one of those goes badly and you get flushed, you may not pass. And as we just saw, 6 kills, that tells me they did some damage during the drop, but maybe didn't go much deeper. So I do think that's teams to take on your way, is maybe learn and grow. But the reality is, this is only the 2nd week ever of competitive new state pro play, Choco. And I guess I should be more forgiving, right? Because it takes time to build a meta.
Of course, you should be more forgiving, you big meanie.
I'm a jerk face.
Yeah, but it's also, it's Battle Royale, so it's you can have a couple bad games, and sometimes really, it's not, you have some control always, but sometimes it's kind of out of your control, and things can just not go so well. So, like you said, it's just tough when you only have a few games to make it happen. You might just, even if you're the best team out there, you might just not make it happen in those 2 games, and. Here we're going to play 4 more games, right? So there's a little bit more of a chance there. If you have a bad game, shake it off, be consistent, and just keep going. And hopefully then you can have a banger and get back onto the leaderboards.
especially with BR Extreme, the circle being so small just to start off with, right? And you just mentioned it too, Toffees. If they do take early fights on and that fight tends to drag out, they're going to just leave themselves exposed to that third party. So there's so many variables that could go into that. That's why I'm kind of giving them a pass right now.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll keep an eye on it. Let me ask, since I've got you here, Choco, are you a hot dropper or a long jumper?
I don't know how to long jump. People are like, hey, you want to jump over here? I don't know how to go there. I don't know how to parachute over there. I'm a hot drop. I go straight down into the action. High risk.
He doesn't know how to. You don't know how to float. You don't know how to walk. The control button does not exist.
But it's different in this format. I mean, you know, I'm not much of a tournament player. You know, I'm more of a pub star. So, I mean, I got nothing to lose. You know. So it's a much different kind of situation.
That's true. And it is worth noting, it is very different. You're right. One of the things that draws me to KRAFTON's games is the fact that when you do go out early because you got a little bold, you just go next, right? GG go next. No big deal. However, on the pro scene, that is very different. As I'm sure you're well aware, Seven, if you go down in a professional game, you just have to sit there. And if it's a LAN, it's even worse because they take your phones and everything else that you aren't using to play away. And so you just have to sit there quietly and stare at a wall. And that takes a toll, to be honest.
Also, you kind of get cold, just like with any other sport. I mean, you know, if you're sitting there doing nothing and for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you have to come back and play another game, you might not be ready. Where these other teams that are alive longer are, you know, they're warm. I mean, they're warmed up more than these other players. So that's something that probably shouldn't really be considered as a first, you know, but it's something to consider.
Yeah, it's very relevant.
Choco, something that you're gonna love right now is look at that split from S&E. Just
look at that.
Wonderful.
This is what I've been saying. I just love it. I love it, man. It's so smart, and especially, you know, if there wasn't for the ability to respawn your teammates, I think I would still like it, but I don't know if it's something I would want to do. But once they have the ability to respawn, it's just I'm surprised more teams aren't taking advantage of the strategy.
Well, and you see it, like, you know, with the little shiny dots you gave, S&E Razzie was there by himself. It was a huge split, but you're right. They could have greened him in easily with the loot at City Hall and been right back in the mix. So it's S&E. I think that sometimes I attribute hubris to the way that they play, but the reality is I think that they're just ahead of the rest of the curve, Seven.
They definitely are, and they kind of showcasing me right now as something of the likes of M249 of what we see, especially on that map. I was going to showcase how they were able to just rotate from mall straight into that location. They put themselves in a perfect location too, away from everybody. I think they did have at least one scout ahead. So overall, these teams are utilizing it. I do love this style of S&E. Maybe what I would agree with chocoTaco is I don't love how far away that scout is. But as you mentioned, I mean, they're able to revive each other. So, and right now, nobody's challenging them at the start. So they're going to have so many drone crazes that they can maybe just revive them right away.
Yep. So it's a small risk for a huge reward.
Exactly. Placement is massive, and knowing you're comfortably in the circle is as well. Now, that said, S&E rotated past their scout man, and he was left behind where it looks like Tough Inferno may be searching him out. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that for you guys as it develops, as we sort of just sit here and stare at Pure Love as they loot this compound. So it does look like they're fighting. Okay, so they did move in. It looks like, S&E decided to come back and try to engage. The rest of the team, Scooby, came in to rescue because they did have one player pinned down inside of that mint house when the fight broke out. But the whole team of Tough Infernos came in there and just dug him out. So you see the S&E is, they pulled a retreat. They actually grabbed the player and yanked him out, but they're not falling back, Seven. They're running 2 and 2. And Scooby seems like he has no interest in leaving the fight behind. He just came to help, and that's it.
I wonder how much confidence of this is in your two teammates, right? Luckily for Razzie, I do see he does have that P90, so that's huge for him. If Scooby say, oh, this is huge now, I'm surprised none of those other players are moving in. Okay, there you go. Now we finally see Sam with the vehicle moving in. Oh,
they're coming in because he started open fire. He's already dropped 2. At some point, the man has to reload, but now is not that time. The P90 comes around the corner. Eclipse is trying to make it happen, but the sun is rapidly closing. You see a car come in. Everybody running forward, and done and dusted. Tough Infernos are smothered by the smoke blanket of S&E.
There were too many 1v1s in that fight. there was not an ability to trade, and it just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1, and it did not work in their favor there. So I think they could have really grouped up a little better. Might have turned out a little different.
100% agree. And I'm actually surprised Stuff Inferno decided to jump out of the building.
Yep, I am too. I don't think they thought the other guys were coming back. I don't think they expected to get three-pieced by that player on the outside. And they were treating them like pubs. They thought SNE would be foolish enough to reload after the first kill and made a hard push. And guess what? Scooby's not kidding around. If I've learned anything, it's don't mess with Scooby. All right, now we got Santi getting a nice little peek here as Strangers BD tries to close the gap on Bird and Silence. Two teams that we are familiar with. We've seen a lot out of. We know that they both thrive in a positioning fight. So Mercy is going to go around to the right side to look for a flank. They hear him coming. They spot him out. Now he's going to try to fall back so he can have the protection of his teammates should he actually go down. Back outside of the building. Looks like he's going to try to come back now that they think that he left. Deep IQ plays from Mercy as he goes to the room, opens fire on the corner, but he hooked up on the wall. The gun came up and he didn't get off the spray he needed to. He's going to go down, but it's going to get great. Comes Santi. He's going to go ahead and try to get themselves a nice little flush. Vino's getting pushed by 2. It is not meant to be. Ultimately, 6, Bird and Silence will manage to get the finish and the res and leave them 3 strong.
Ooh, Strangers BD having the exact same luck that they had previously on the first match of those round of top 16. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to bounce back. But overall, I mean, Burning Silence, being able to do that just with 3 players, just great teamwork out of those 3 players.
And they should have the credits now, Choco, to go ahead and bring back their 4th.
Yeah, 100%. And we will not see a bridge camp this game as we see the new circle shift. Goes pretty central, so it's going to be a pretty easy rotation, except for in the top left of the map here. We've got a gatekeeping situation that's gonna happen, I think.
7.
Oh man, with this one, I'm currently looking at this team right here. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted here by Team 5. I would like to see how they're going to be rotating, considering that Team 7. I mean, right now they're just gatekeeping them. They're not even worried about getting into the circle. They're just waiting and playing their game. I would like to see Burning Silence being able to just recoup from that fight that they just had. Maybe move into zone right now. And the best thing that they're going to be able to do is probably move into this little compound right here. And once again, this is not the first time we see this, but pure love. Being able to hold that compound this time, though, we are going to have a city finish. And boys, let me tell you, I'm going to be looking at Burning Silence because they do have that P90, and the P90 absolutely shreds up close.
You know, my memory is not the best due to many bad choices throughout my life, but I don't think that we've seen a city finish yet. It feels like the circle often moves away in the sort of the last move or two, and we haven't seen something truly urban. So I'm curious to see if it does shift south and follows trend. And does somebody like Pure really walk away with a good shift here? Or do you think it's actually going to go towards the roundabout and we could see good old-fashioned urban combat? Because I love that stuff.
Same. I hope it goes there because you know, that's where you get to the last circle where it gets so tiny and there's multiple teams left and everybody is sweating.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm hoping it rotates there, but we'll have to see what happens here.
Yaz finishes are rare, but boy, are they a treat. Unless you're stuck in the church, but we won't get into that.
I wonder from a player's perspective in this kind of tournament, if you want this, you know, do you want the circle to be in the city or do you want it to, I guess it depends on your position, or do you want it to go outside of the city? Because, you know, as of, you know, we're kind of speaking as viewers, you know, we want to see that city action, but as a player, I mean, it creates a lot of chaos and a lot of uncertainty. I don't think you have nearly as much control over what's going on. So I do wonder the player's perspective on that.
I think it will come down to the weapons that they have right now as well. This players have gotten adjusted, especially the ones from our group that we were watching. They were adjusted to just having absolutely 0 cover towards the end and having to do some kind of mid-range to long-range weapons. If you're going to be in the city, you're going to have to utilize those SMGs. And we have seen those teams. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, Burning Silence. They have a P90. They're going to be able to utilize that so much. And some of these players right now, they have an SLR. Yeah, you might be able to pop off a little bit with that. But if you get pushed the right way by a team, if we don't see those 1v1s, right, Choco, as you were saying earlier that we saw in that other engagement, it's going to be super hard to keep them off.
Yep. And I was just looking at the, you know, my mind races with all these new state features. The Riot Shield could be so interesting in that sort of ending because you could deny territory so well with that. I know they're breakable, but Man, I'm hoping it shifts north.
Yeah, it would definitely be fun to watch. I think that cities are often the last bastion of the desperate. So teams like Pure are going to obviously hate the idea of it going to the city because they've got a great spot on top of a hill south of town. But everyone else, you know, we talked about that north earlier, Choco, and how hard it was going to be for 7 and 5, Violent by Nature and your local tennis club to find a spot in the circle. And now both are comfortably tucked in to Loganville.
Yep. Well, it's big enough for both, and there were no teams there already, if I'm not mistaken. So all the rest of the teams were outside of the city, so it was pretty easy to just move in there and be safe.
Mercy just killed Kitty Cat, or knocked Kitty Cat, which if you guys have been watching the last week of play, Kitty Cat going down is a pretty big deal for M249 and 7.
It really is. That was their best player last Thursday. I think they ended up with 10 elims in 4 rounds, so it was huge. And we don't get the circle. But guess what? Pure Love is going to get absolutely blessed. Finally, that zone ended up working out for them. They're going to have to hold off SNE. I will be shocked if SNE decides not to push them, as they pretty much have a straight shot. And they currently do have all of their men available to them. I want to see that push. I would love to see that push. Please, SNE, just show it to us one time.
I don't know how these teams up north are going to rotate here. I mean, it looks like Team 7's trying to start wrapping left. It's actually pretty safe to go direct, though, because there's so much cover. You know, they might not have full information about who's where, but it's like Team 5 is pretty much waiting to see what happens here and trying to get more information before they rotate. But I'm liking this aggressive rotation right away. They're just driving in their whole team. They got all their vehicles. They're driving right in, and they're actually driving right into SNE.
Yeah, SNE also was making the same push. I think it was because a crate came down or something, and they were interested in getting involved in that area. So SNE is now going to start to push in. But 7 was there first. Violent by Nature does grab a good spot. Razzie is gathering information. And Violent by Nature sounds like maybe they're not interested in fighting so much as moving parallel to SNE because they have slid north to the very, very edge. We'll see how that continues because more teams are going to try to fit their way in here. There's not a lot of options. Peel opens, fires. The rest of SNE rolls up, and they end up getting 1 knock. I don't think the flush is going to go through. So when did Sam get an Calm down, Sam. Scooby going to try to get a peek. And SNE, despite the chaos, seems like they're comfortable with this right now.
They are, but they're currently getting third party by Burning Silence. This was a team that didn't have to rotate. This was a team that was able to just set themselves up for this team's pushing, and guess what? They're taking advantage of it right now with this third party. And with Violent by Nature, we really haven't seen any of that violence, but we're starting to see it now, and this is 2 of the top teams from each group finally fighting with each other. It looks like SNE is going to be able to pick up those players, though, Toffees.
Yeah, a little more passive by nature. Like, I really thought with the double knocks on the board, they would have taken the advantage and tried to cross that road. But I do you think the team title has something to do with that? Like, is
I just don't think it's a smart push. I mean, in this situation, fighting in this situation is even risky because it's too hard to push and too risky to push because when you're crossing, you're just going to get third-partied. So even fighting here, you're just going to end up getting knocked. You're going to waste meds. You're going to lose your armor. So I'm not even a huge advocate for fighting in this situation rather than just getting information and waiting for later to actually get a fight where you can finish your fight and finish your kills. They can't even finish their kills here. They're getting knocks in windows where the knock player maybe could be flushed with a throwable, but we haven't seen that because they're too far away.
I do hope Violent by Nature starts moving south a little bit. Some of those buildings were still in the circle. Oh, they are able to get that knock, though. Now they need to back off a little bit because your local tennis club is coming in, and this is just going to be a 3-fight party that you do not want.
Yeah, they got.
We talked about this earlier, 7. They have, we were having some urban combat, and there's the Vector. It is the perfect weapon to have right now for the circle. So
with that drum, it's absolutely wild. So we're gonna look now as your local tennis club's trying to figure out what the heck do we do with this. The next circle, by the way, did pop in the meantime. It has left the city completely. So we'll continue to see how that develops. And a quick note for you guys, since Violence by Nature is wow. Tennis Club cannot find anywhere to go right now as SNE is absolutely tearing them apart.
That P90.
Yeah, it's just, and that's what you guys, you brought it up. That submachine guns in the city are just too strong. The Vector and the P90 have been MVP so far.
And look at the meds. Look at the meds on these players. Pay attention to the bottom of the screen. So many players we're starting to spectate have no meds left because they've been fighting so much, and it's just it's an ongoing battle, and they're down to bandages, or some of them have been down to no meds other than boost. So that's going to put some of these teams in a tough tough situations, especially I think SNE.
That makes
something
sense.
that we're currently not able to see as we are seeing this fight. Actually, there you go. Pure Love setting themselves up. They decided to go and make sure they spread themselves out. I love that they currently have vehicles. Hopefully they do end up blowing them up, or hopefully they start pushing a little bit higher towards that high ground.
Higher.
But the angles that they're getting right now, this is the kind of stuff that I wanted to see from Pure Love. Don't wait until the last second. Make that move right away.
Noodles going for the spray, trying to put something together, but ultimately ends up going down. Sam with a nice shot. You see Scooby trying to make his play out. He's like, where'd I get shot from? But it turns out that man has already fallen to the blue. So the rest of the team will continue to push forward. You got M249 off to the left. Pure Love directly in front. We're down to 3 teams. Pure Low, nice shot. Doesn't kill him. P90 on standby. Pure is on the low ground. The shift goes yoink all the way to the east side. And now everyone has to move to get there. Pure loads into the car, starts the outside rotation, moves along the blue line and wants to lock up the circle as quickly as possible. M249 down to 2, trying to figure out how to push into here. And SNE's just like, man, that stinks.
This circle is so small.
Yeah.
And Pure did a great job of just identifying, here's the new zone. It's so small. There's no one there. We go. They just went and take it, and they're in a position to just win this game, I feel like.
And you know, to your point about meds, I want, as we go through Pure, go ahead, Seven. Just look at the meds on Pure as we go into this end game.
Yeah, they really haven't had to fight anything. Nope. This is their first fight. Oh, and King actually misses the fight. And I'm surprised Cross is still in that vehicle to make that rotation. He needs to be careful.
Come on.
Pure, absolutely throw him.
No, the throw. M249 pushes one side. SNE pushes the other. How they arranged it, I'll never know, but it's a two-sided push, and the boys don't know what to do as they are surrounded. M249 puts up some work. Pure Long is purely down. Last man standing for the team trying to make a play. M249 still at 2 strong. As you see our last player Cross in the middle trying to stand up for himself. He ultimately goes down. SNE versus M249. Jason with the open spray. Loving the Vector life in a maximum range. Puts him down. Flushes the man, and M249 wins yet again. The juggernauts of New State show up.
With just 2 players, Toffees. That is what's just so impressive about M249. And we gotta talk about Pure Love. I love that they made that push towards that circle, but overall their placement just wasn't in. They decided to focus on way too many things at once, and they also ended up getting squeezed by both of those teams. Long, I thought Pure Long was going to have an advantage because he was holding a back angle, but it seemed like he wasn't even paying attention to that. SNE decided to play that perfectly. You've been talking about it too earlier, chocoTaco. You said how you need to pretty much hug that blue circle. SNE ended up doing that. They were able to maintain themselves within that fight too. Overall, though, M249, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I definitely spoke too soon there talking about. I mean, I still think Pure was in the perfect position to win the game, but the fact that they got hit from both sides at the same time really worked out in favor for the other teams.
The passivity, they stayed on the low ground. That allowed M249 to take the top of the hill. And if you play, you know high ground is king. And they got collapsed on. M249 wins. SNE gets a massive kill count. And Pure, who had the spot, comes up with 3rd in a whimper. Don't go anywhere, because when we get back, myself, Seven Worlds, chocoTaco, we're going to break down that match and get ready for the next one. Game 1 is done as the first round of the finals for today's event gets underway. A tie for first after one match between the intrepid champions M249 and the team that Seven told us to watch today, SNE Gaming. My name's Topies. I'm joined by Seven Worlds and chocoTaco as we continue to break down the action. Before we get into, was it a throw or a really good play? Let's take a look back at the highlights.
I'm gonna start saying that it was an absolute throw. We just got a chance to watch that replay too of the map, and they decided that. By the way, I'm just gonna let the highlights play. I want to talk about what Pure Love just did because I'm so fired up about it. They stayed in the exact same location for at least, I would say, 5 to 7 minutes. They knew that nobody was behind them. They knew that nobody was to the right side as well. And when they made that push, they decided to maintain that low ground. Not sure what was going on through their mind. Choco, what could it have been for them not to make that push to the higher ground and in a way kind of gatekeep those teams coming in?
You know, I've played in a lot of tournaments, and not at the highest level, of course, but still, any tournament, you know, you get nervous and you start questioning yourself, and you maybe are not quite as assertive as you would be, as you should be. And I kind of think that's what happened here, because it seemed like kind of obvious to us that they should have moved in almost right away. There's a lot of fighting going on in the city, and they could have pushed up, taken that high ground way earlier, but they kind of waited. And I've seen this happen on a personal level in events like this. So I honestly think that could be what it came down to, was just not being assertive enough and playing a little too, scared, playing a little too scared.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I mean, it didn't help that SNE and M249 fan club decided to just start shooting at them at the exact same time, though. We do have to give some props there to the M249 players. 2 players that were able to clutch at that win. I mean, M249 Sleep ended up with 4 elims. Impressive for that team. But as Toffees was able to mention, SNE team currently being able to win that tiebreaker, and they are holding up that first place with 18 points, Toffees.
And again, that is a giant signal fire for me. SNE did not win, but because they're putting in the hustle when they don't get the circle, like you saw them when that circle popped, they were over on the far left side. They had a long way to go and not a lot of options, and they knew it, but it was okay because they already had a good 12 elims to their name. So that is what I want to see. I want to see when things aren't in your favor, you know that you stacked points in other places. That is just a huge way to sort of guarantee that you can move forward. It's just one of those tips and tricks that can make you a little bit better when it comes to New State. Now, I like tips and tricks, but I don't like just tricks. I like to learn. And I like to learn from some of the people who are just the smartest when it comes to Battle Royale. I don't know where we would find them, but if we could find an epic Battle Royale coach to teach us more about the game, well, I'd love to hear from them. As for now, we'll just go to this next feature called Choco's Chalkboard.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Coach Choco here with another edition of Choco's Chalkboard. Now, what I want to talk to you guys about this time is something very important to me, and I think is the most important thing I can tell you about how to improve your gameplay, and that is being a good self-critic. Now, I'd like to think that I'm a pretty good self-critic because of my background in music. Some of you may know, some of you may not know. I have a pretty big background in music, and learning an instrument really taught me to be very analytical and to be able to look at what I'm doing and figure out what's working, what's not working. Here, we've got another graph. I know you guys love my graphs. We got skill versus time here. So we'd like to think, okay, in an ideal world, we'd like to think as time progresses, our skill just keeps going up the more and more we play. Wouldn't that be great? Unfortunately, that's not really how it works. The more time you put in, you'll probably get better, but only to some extent. What happens with most people is over time, they get better and better, and eventually they kind of level off and they stop getting better. And one reason for this is often because they're not analytical enough of themselves to figure out what's going well and what's going not well and how to fix it. So what we really want to strive for is to maybe watch your own replays or try to just figure out in a game when you die, don't blame it on something. Try to figure out what went wrong. Don't blame it on your teammates. Okay, it might be their fault, but try to figure out what maybe you could have done better. what we really want to go for is over time, our skill's going to go up a lot. Like if we're playing New State, it's going to be going up a lot as we're starting, and then we're going to keep getting better over time. But then we want it to keep going up, but just not as much. So it's not going to be going up quite as much. But this is really what you want to go for. And I want to encourage you guys to really go out there, be analytical of yourself, try to figure out how you can get better, what you can do to get better, and maybe we'll see you in the next tournament.
Gotta love it. I don't know who that guy is, but he is smart, and I was gonna say hot, but I feel like that might be disrespecting that guy. So I'm just gonna say, hey Choco, I'm glad you're here. You look good today, man.
Hey, thanks, Toffees.
If you guys at home think you're good, now's your chance to get in the game. 2022 is going to be slam-packed with lots of PUBG esports action, and you're in the middle of the New State Mobile Mashup, and you can sign up to play in the middle of the mashup, as we've got 2 more open qualifiers. Tomorrow you can still sign up for it, as well as 1 more influencer event before the grand final. So go to esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup for your chance to get in the game. All right, that was a good couple of matches. We saw a tie for first. 1 team goes through, and currently, 7, there's only 1 team without an asterisk. I don't know how to make an asterisk with my fingers, but there's only 3 asterisks on the left side, and 1 that isn't. I mean, they got to feel pretty good about themselves.
They do. They definitely do. Burning Silence. And from what I saw there, I think they are going to have their 4 players with them, which is going to be massive. And you know what else is? I'm looking at this right here. I'm going to be looking at the circle that we're going to be getting, because once everybody sees it, it's finally something absolutely different from what we've been able to see. That
Whoa!
Right there. So much water, and we finally get to see Vermont and Bay Area.
You know, I tried to find an apartment in the Bay Area once, Choco, and it was going to cost me an arm and a leg. I'm not sure teams are going to be able to find anywhere here without it, you know, having to slice off a part.
Yeah, actually, you know, something I was thinking about earlier that it's going to be maybe relevant right now, because it's such a small zone with not very many places to go, is do we ever see any teams drop, like, you know, dropping right away and going to like Anchorville here on the left? I know it's outside the zone, but we've already seen teams that aren't afraid to loot outside the zone. It doesn't do that much damage at the beginning of the game. I think we could, you know, it'd be an interesting strategy to see some blue zone bobs get in there and just start, because in this circle, like you said, this is a dangerous circle. I don't know where can you land? That's not going to be contested.
Where do you land, 7?
If it was me, I'm going to be just landing smack down the middle of Vermont. And let me actually see if I can maybe highlight this, because there is an area in Vermont where you're going to be able to open up a crate right here, right there. You're going to be able to open up a vault, and you're going to end up having, I believe it's somewhere between 300 credits up to 600 credits right away, which is just such a huge plus. It puts you over an advantage. If for some reason you do end up losing a player this early on, you might be able to call him in. But Vermont is actually such a strong location that I'm so surprised none of these teams are currently taking advantage of. Oh, there you go. Finally, your local tennis club taking advantage of it after they saw that nobody's landing near there.
Yeah, look at the parachutes on the south. There's a bunch of folks who all like just tried to decide where are the other ones going. I don't want to go there. And as a result, we're still seeing late drops as teams try to find a little bit of ground for themselves. That is currently Burning Silence, and I believe Strangers BD facing off against each other. Remember, there's only 4 games here in the finals. So these early fights, you either have to win them or you got to bounce. You cannot risk losing that loot phase. I mean, you saw it. I mean, Choco, you talked about it in the chalkboard segment. Risk versus reward. If you're fighting in the open off a drop with an MP5, it's neither risk nor reward. It's just
no. This is the sad zone.
Yeah,
you got high risk, low reward. And I think is this the south side of the circle we're looking at right now? Because I believe it is. Yes. You know, we talked about it before from last game, but I feel like some teams need to be a little more assertive even when dropping. Because if you wait till the end, maybe you're waiting to see what other teams are doing. Being reactionary like that can work, but it can also come back and kind of bite you in the butt. Because it's going to put you in a situation like this, and it's not a great way to start a game.
And when you're talking about assertive, I'm actually currently looking at seeing what Pure Love is doing. They landed super close to SNE, and it seems like they just don't want this fight. They want to move away from it. It might be the smart play for Pure Love. They seem to be a very passive team. And hopefully, Toffees. I mean, we were talking about it in that break. Hopefully, we don't see anything of the likes of what we saw in the last match, because I honestly think that was an absolute throw by them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not you can't see me on screen, but I'm wearing my angry face, and I don't think Pure should be passive. They proved to us in the past they've got the trigger skills, and unless I don't know, maybe somebody broke a finger in some sort of weird tetherball accident last week or something, but they're not playing the way that I'm used to seeing from them. These guys seem like they were the kings of the haptic feedback, and so far they just feel terrified. I mean, look at this. You can't see them on screen. They literally rotated outside of the circle from almost the middle because they can't find anything.
It did. chocoTaco was mentioning, does anybody want to, you know what, just loot outside of the circle? Guess what? Pure Love heard that right away, and they were like, yes, sir. We'll be that team.
Yeah, well, at least it's safe over there. I mean, they're not getting any elimination points, which is fine. But they are going to be looting up later than everyone else, of course. So that's not great because it's going to make their rotation later as well. And, you know, one thing leads to another. So we'll see what happens. We'll pay close attention up here in this match.
We've been talking about scouts as well. Something that I'm seeing here on this map is Tough Inferno actually has a scout in Eclipse, and he has it fairly far away. Not as far away as we have seen from S&E previously, but it is something that they have adjusted. I don't think I saw that in the last match.
Something that you guys might not have seen at home is the head on that player. And I will give you a quick update that there was a massive patch yesterday. Nothing broke. A lot of new things were added to the game. However, the observer client that we use to watch matches, for some reason, just isn't spawning heads if you get super close in third person. So if you do see a head missing, rest assured everything in game is completely normal. It's just a entertaining Halloween themed experience for us. And
it's extreme.
Yes, it is extreme. Sleepy Hollow edition. Snap, snap. All right, let's take a look at your local tennis club. These guys did impress us in their last game in the round of 16. So far, 7, I wouldn't say they've been anemic, but it hasn't been exceptional.
I feel like they played that last match exactly like they played the first match of the group that we got a chance to see them on. They ended up with no elims. They did end up with some placement points, and that's about it. But they were able to turn it up on that second match. And I think from what they're doing right now, this is a perfect play. They currently do have the high ground, so if for some reason that Team 4, which is going to be Stranger PD, decides to push on them, they will be able to have a huge advantage over them as well. But I think your local tennis club, they might be able to surprise a couple people here in this match, considering that they landed exactly where I wanted teams to land. They're going to have just so much currency in regards to drone credits to work with. They're going to have the higher hand on a lot of these teams.
Now, let me ask you this, Choco. So the teams in Extreme, they get to drop in with a loaded and, chambered pistol and a full boost, as well as drone credits. Do you think that if that existed in the PC version of PUBG, you would see a lot more early fights?
Well, I don't, I think so. I mean, I, for one, would be like, hey, there's a guy I'm about to beat. I'm going to land right in front of him and just blast him. So, it would be a really interesting strategy to see in this, to see just 4 people land on someone. And just, I mean, because I feel like that's a freak. I mean, I'm surprised we don't see it. I would love to see it, because I think it could be a decent strategy. If you can isolate, well, especially with teams that are maybe putting a scout out, if you can isolate one person and all just land on them, it's going to be really hard for that person, that player to win that, or even to get any single elimination there.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at Noodles, your local tennis club here, taking shots over at Strangers BT. Noodles is kind of in a far back position. I think they need to send Noodles over there to take this fight a little more aggressively, or at least bring in backup from the rest of the Team 7, because this just seems a bit like they're playing tippy-tap instead of, trying to make the engagement. Either take it or don't. I think your whole team's not there. You got to make a decision. You got to go for it.
Yep. I'm so glad you mentioned that, and that's something that I was going to highlight right now. I mean, look at that. They're currently split apart, especially with Team 5. They're not going to want to push that. And they, as I mentioned earlier, they do have that height advantage. And right now, something else that they do have once the circle closing is they're just going to have the ability to rotate any way they want to. See, now with that new circle, these 2 players are going to be able to fall back into that. They currently don't have to worry about anybody being in this area right now, which is going to be great. And overall, another team that we have to mention once again is S&E. Look at this. I mean, the way they're just playing today, it speaks volumes of how much this team has been learning throughout the weeks. Rassi being able to be that scout for that team, being able to be the anchor in a way. If they do need to rotate, Rassi will be there. He'll make sure they have a clear spot to go. And another team that's kind of currently playing the way that we're used to seeing them play is M249. They really don't like taking any fights early on. They like to play their style. They like to play their pace, and it's working wonders for them.
It is. It also takes away some stress. If you can play a little passive at the start, maybe see one or two teams go out, maybe it gives you a little extra confidence in your next fight because, you know, hey, worst case scenario, it's 6th place. We get some points. Now we're going to jump over to Pure Love. We've called them passive. There's a chance to test it. They're rolling up on top of SNE, so we'll keep an eye on that as we jump over to Burn and Silence, who's actually also driving to the similar spot, Choco. These players are all going to be right on top of each other.
Yep, and what you were saying about not fighting early in this, it may be a strategy for the teams here in this particular circle to not, to avoid fights right away, because the possibility of getting third-parted with all the teams here in the smaller zone is way higher. So some teams might be wanting to play a little more passive, wait for a couple teams to get eliminated, and then start taking some fights, because they'll just have a better chance of being able to push on their knocks and take the fight without getting third-parted right away.
Is that a symptom of the circle, Seven? Is it the fact, like, the last couple circles we saw, for instance, had cities, lots of cover at this stage. This one, there's not really that much. Vermont and Bay Area are very on the edge, and there's not a ton of compounds in here.
Coffees, you and I are thinking alike right now. When I was looking at this circle, I was thinking, man, there's really not that many areas, and I hope a lot of these teams are currently loading up on those shields, right? We mentioned about how you have this space on the trunks of the vehicles. You're able to load them up to a certain amount. You're able to transport them around. And right now, from what I'm seeing, SNE has set up their location. Pure Love has set up their location. I'm actually going to be looking very closely at how Pure Love plays this out, because I don't want to see the exact same thing that we saw from the last match, which was them pretty much being stagnant for 7 minutes and not using all the information that they could have collected. I mean, right now, they're just laying down, given that there is a lot of windows in that building. But if you're laying down, you're not going to be able to gather any information. Try to find a spot where you know you're not going to get shot, have your teammate verify it, and then be able to collect some information. As we're seeing right now with SNE, SNE is moving around. They're making sure they're being careful, but they're collecting that information even though they're currently staying in just one spot.
Yep, that information is so important, and I 100% agree with what you're talking about. We just see, just jumping around. This is what I do in my games. Just sit top floor on the roof, jumping in circles to get that information. This is FPP too, so droning inside of the building isn't doing much for you. That being said, Pure is near the top of the leaderboard, and as far as qualifying, they don't have to, if I'm not mistaken, they don't have to worry about SNE or M249 as far as qualifying for the grand final. So they might be trying to kind of feel out how the scores go on the next game or two to see what they really need to do to get to that top spot.
SNE does have the ability to qualify at this event. So that is the one team that they have to look out for.
Okay.
But I will say that I think that that's a very good point. This idea that, you know what, they are in the rest of the pack. Everyone else who's competing to qualify right now is sitting at that 6 to 8. And so maybe playing passive, maybe going low and slow. It's not my style. Do I worship the rat? No. Do I judge them? Yes. Is it a feasible way to play? I guess.
Absolutely. Easy. It's easy to say watching the game that it's not a feasible way to play, but as a player, I think it's a totally legitimate way to play.
I agree. I wasn't as yes. When I started out this game, let's be honest, I was sneaking bush to bush with the UMP, hoping for the best, and I think we all were at the very beginning, except maybe Choco.
It was full. I just had my W key glued down.
Yeah. I heard you actually removed the S key from your board. Like you bought a custom so you could just rip it off in its entirety.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. Legends. That's how legends are born. Did you guys know when Choco started, he took off his S key so he could be better at PUBG? I heard that.
This is how it starts. This is how it starts.
I could have started. There could be worse rumors that we start. The S key is entertaining, to say the least. Not a lot of action right now. Game is very wide open. A reminder for everyone at home: this is the super rule set, which means 10 points for first place, 6 for second, and it goes down from there. But every kill is worth a point if you get the kill. If you get a knock, it means absolutely nothing to anybody except yourself. On a personal note, and if another team kills the knock, they get the point. So there is the possibility we've seen some hunting come into play, Seven, as people try to clean up third-party fights.
We definitely have. I'm currently looking at Violent by Nature. This was a team that had some struggles in the last match being able to rotate. It looks like they're going to try to rotate really early on. I'm hoping to do that kind of rotation right there. And now we have Team 4. Team 4 making the rotation in. We also have Burning Silence making the rotation in. Another team that I'm currently looking at right now, they're taking a very long time, is your local tennis club. I'm not sure if maybe they didn't have any vehicles set up. I'm not sure if maybe they weren't expecting that kind of rotation. But look at everybody else. Everybody else is moving in. They're the ones that are currently being passive and patient. This might not end up playing out because, as you can see right here, the options to go in, I mean, it's going to be this one, but then you're going to be sandwiched between S&E and Team 4, and that's just something that you don't want. I personally don't want to be sandwiched with S&E and Pure Love. Are you going to try to make a push right now to S&E? That would actually be impressive.
And what is Inferno's doing? I'm a little confused. Maybe you guys can help with this, but they had that center compound where Team 7 is going, and they actually, is that a 2-2 split or a 2-1 split? They decided to split and move toward the edge of the zone. Maybe they're thinking, since there's so many teams left alive, they want to actually get to that edge of the zone so they can avoid the middle of the circle and not get third-partied.
Yeah, what it looks like right there is like, it seems to be like a 3-1 split. Not sure if it came down to just team communication, but it seems like Eclipse just ended up getting stuck right there.
I think it's an information spread, right? So the idea that people come in from the north, maybe you scout them out, take a couple shots, porcupine them away. But it does also feel very passive. Burn Silence is currently in the top 4, and maybe they're spreading out, or sorry, Tough Infernos is in a position to break the top 4 and are spreading their team out with the intention of, okay, worst case scenario, we lose 2, but we still get 5 placement points out of this. I am bothered a little bit by the fact that a lot of these teams seem to be playing hedge your bets, Choco, versus take the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough love. Like I talked about, in this situation as a player, it's not, it's easy to say from the outside, but when you're actually in the match and there's a lot on the line, it can be hard to make those decisions to just, do what is the thing to do. It's hard not to hesitate on that.
It is, and he who hesitates is really gonna die to a frag in this game. So be prepared. Though maybe not as easily as we used to. I guess small changes, small blessings. All right, nice little push here. M249 comes straight up over the top. It's Pure Love. They're laying on the ground, and all they are is cannon fodder as 3 go down in like instant fashion. M249 cannot believe their luck as they came over the top of that hill and just racked up 3 libs out of nowhere.
That high ground got the best of them again. I mean, they were close to the high ground. They weren't on the high ground. Someone else took the high ground, and then it's not unwinnable, but it's tough, and they just get kind of destroyed there.
Yeah, and just the passiveness. I mean, they had so much time earlier in an area. You think they would have just been able to stack up on those shields, as we're now seeing Team 7 being able to fight with Team 8. We talked about Tough Inferno being able to win those gunfights. Guess what? They were just able to win it. They didn't end up losing anybody. This is great for them, considering they were currently, if I'm not mistaken, they were last before that engagement. But going back to Pure Love, I feel like they're just so passive. Earlier in the stream, in this event, Toffees, you asked me what I thought about maybe some teams that are already qualified not performing so well today. I told you they might be trying different stuff. If I'm going to be concerned about anything, it's going to be the way Pure Love is playing right now. It's just too passive. They're not setting themselves up for actual success. They're so close, but yet so far away, as chocoTaco was just able to mention. They were so close to that high ground, but they decided not to take it, and they decided to lay it down instead.
Now, it's a little slow. The circle does pop. It's going to go straight to the middle. So as we get ready for this, we have a minute or 2 of relief. I want you guys all hanging out in the chat. Shout out, of course, to chocoTaco Stream to type out your favorite Choco moment of all time so we can share in it together as we wait for this circle to close. Maybe it'll bring me some joy as I continue to think about Pure and how they've played these last couple of games. Choco, I'm being too negative. Let's talk about someone positive, I guess.
Well, at least, some positive thing. At least they're still in. Okay, Pure is not. They didn't get fully eliminated. So, maybe we'll see an insane solo clutch.
Yo, if King goes off, go off with yourself, King. I would love to see that. We'll keep tracking it. M249, these guys are absolute monsters when it comes to the game. So we'll see if they continue to be able to move forward here. BIS is in such a good spot right now, 7. I don't even know who digs them out. Like, they got safety and numbers.
It really is. I think at this point, the only way they're going to end up losing that spot is if they do end up getting pinched by 2 different teams at the same time, which It has happened before. I don't see it happening right now. The good thing that I'm currently seeing from the map is Rassi being able to get some just scouting around, so S&E can move into a secure spot. Pure King from Pure Love. Man, I really don't. I don't want to be so negative, but I just don't see it happening. Yo, Choco, maybe what he needs is a special chocoTaco whistle. That's what he needs.
Yes. Or coat. Hey, my man.
Yes.
He pulled it out.
Ready.
All right, here we go. We're going to jump over to SNE team as they try to run away from Violent by Nature, not losing their head, staying focused, and sitting up the fire as they do return a little bit. In fact, Violent by Nature peel is very, very low. And honestly, it's just chaos. Half of SNE team just kept on driving. They left Hyper to his own devices. SNE's gone. So they are just going to be like, all right, Violent by Nature, you win this round.
Yep, this circle's tough too because there's one compound, and this is not, it's not flat, but I mean, it's not, yeah, it's relatively flat. So I think that's why they kept driving, and we're seeing a lot of teams on the edge here.
Ooh, on the edge of getting knocked out as the fights continue. Jump over to M249. They have managed to push themselves in, but they are right on top of a couple of other teams. Here comes a nice crash. Strangers BD going to be joining up with Tough Infernos. Everyone trying to find a little bit of space. Jump over to M249. Kairos can see everyone and opens fire. And that actually, M249 is going to force the rest of the team from Infernos to push down towards where the fight is going on between M249 and Strangers BD, Seven.
They are. You asked which team is going to be able to get that team out of there. In regards to Top Inferno, guess what? M249 is definitely going to be that team. They're that aggressive team. We know they got M249 in their name. We've seen them, what they're able to do before with just that suppressive fire. And as you guys were saying earlier, what was it? Accuracy in numbers? Is that right?
Accuracy through volume.
There you go. Yeah, close enough.
Yeah,
We'll get it eventually.
You'll get it. And once you do, it stays with you forever. And it becomes a very good phrase.
I can't wait.
It works too. I mean, like, it's genius. Like if you want a streamer to notice you, just do a bunch of subs, like spam subs, and they'll notice you. So spam donations.
Did you hear that, viewers? Okay.
Try it right now. Yeah. Who knows? All right, let's jump over to Strangers BD as he goes up the stairs. Yeah, notice through volume. As Vino trying to get a little bit of work in here. This has been a major site of contestation, if that's a word, and if it isn't, I don't care, for a while now, as they have been just trying to deal with M249. M249 to ooh. I'm reticent to say that was a headshot.
It was.
Oh, it was. Okay.
It was.
The blood splatter was entertaining in that situation. All right, so we've got 4. They have they haven't locked it up. Sleep is still here. M249 is just really, they're not winning, but they are definitely causing Strangers to lose.
They definitely are. I think they remember what it felt like last week, feeling those $2,000 in their pocket. They want to be able to do that again. By the way, earlier, Kairos, he actually didn't get knocked by a different team. He got knocked by his own grenade, so we didn't get a chance to see that there. But now there's 2 players up, and this is scary. There were 2 players up in the last one, and they were able to win it, but a team that they do have to worry about is going to be Violent by Nature. Ooh. Look at this. Sleep being able to go in there. He does have the Tommy gun, and he currently has it customized. That is a weapon that you want to have at close range. He needs to be careful with that player on the right side. He doesn't see him. Oh, Toffees, that was so close. But there is Kairos with a P90.
Yeah, and it's fine because he got 2 kills that will be confirmed because of the blue and have a chance to go in. What did I miss? What happened?
Someone just got 1 tap.
Yeesh. That fence is the real loser here. Kairos lights up the fence and then takes some return fire. He's got that P90 ready to go. We're down to 3 teams on the map. M249 hit 1 player and pinned it down. Nice shots coming out from Eclipse. Good tags and a knock. Calm down. A beautiful shot by Infernos. He's the last player to be there. We've got 1 player, basically 1 from each. This is a 1v1v1.
Yeah, we're playing a game of solos now.
Eclipse knows where Kairos is. They've been shooting each other. Eclipse is going to be hunkered down behind that shield. He sees him. Easy. Nice burn down. Now he jumps over. He's got to chase the blue. He's taking a lot of damage. Eclipse has his opportunity to try to move up here. He goes and sees the last member for Violent by Nature. Bill tries to get the shot, gives him a peek, but he's out in the open. Eclipse can't do much, and he ends up going down, I believe, to the blue in the end, which ultimately will deny the point. But the win goes to Violent by Nature.
We were talking about teams being passive. We're talking about if Violent was ever going to be able to show up. Guess what? They ended up with at least 6 elims there, but it mostly came there towards the end. They played that so well and so passive the whole time. We got to give them some props.
And we did actually. That last elimination wasn't to the zone. I don't think we're going to watch it here one more time, but I'm pretty confident that it was actually an elimination.
Let's
I think he was able to get him with that with the new gun too. That boy showcasing the new guns on the new update.
Nice. And that's a question that you got to ask yourself to a certain extent. Is there something to be said for the deny? Like, what if they end up not advancing by 1 point, Choco? I mean, I like when I hate the quarterback spiking the ball in the fourth quarter, but I respect it. Is it the same thing here?
I in this situation, I would go for it. I mean, even if it's a tournament, I don't think denying there is a good play. Be confident. I mean, that's a horrible fight, but I mean, I've seen it a million times. That player wide open in the field, even though they don't have any cover, they can still, it's one bullet away. Once you hit that headshot, that other player has to heal. You can move, so you can make it happen. So I'm really not a big fan of the denial.
Destroy your opponent's armor one confident at a time. We'll be back in just a minute. It's Toffees. It's 7. It's Choco. It's game 3. Don't go anywhere. 2 games done and the penultimate match about to get underway. If you haven't already, protect yourself with NordVPN. They come out as violent by nature. And that was funny. Our producer wrote that joke. I'm going to pin it to him. My name's Toffees. I got 7 Worlds Gaming and chocoTaco joining me as we cover the hottest new state mobile mashup action. Highlights
Indeed. And I don't want to do it, chocoTaco, but I'm going to have to do it again, okay?
Go ahead.
Pure love. Please. Show me something different this round. I don't want to see you guys being so passive and just not taking advantage of the great positioning that they put themselves in. As we can see right here, they decided not to push up on that little hill. They decided not to hold the high ground, and they got absolutely destroyed. Overall, though, we got to give props to Violent by Nature. They play that so well. They decided for just let other teams fight each other, let them do whatever they want to do, and just position yourself. That's something that a lot of teams are starting to do here, Choco.
Yep, and you know, I was really happy to see we had a different circle this time, you know. We'll see what happens in the next game, but it was nice to see a different circle. I was surprised, we were talking about it off camera, but there wasn't more water in the circle. It got zoned out immediately. And oh my gosh, can we talk for a second about this skin on this vehicle? Wow. wow. And also thematic for our headless observer patch.
Headless Horseman evening, you're right. Very nice. No, the skins in this game are ridiculous, Seven. Like, I think that gold car is probably one of my favorites. And not lost on me is the team that drives the golden Cadillac is M249 Fan Club. That's the skin they're using, and justly so, as they continue to be in first place with 33 points. SNE, Violent by Nature, and Tough Inferno, none of these teams have qualified for the grand final just yet, so they are in here with the hustle. That said, Seven, M249 has won. We've done 2 full events so far, and they won both of them. Like, how do you catch them, right? Like, that's wild.
Yeah. The depth. I think the depth of this team is finally starting to show. Last Thursday, we saw KittyCat. He was able to put up 10 elims in the 4 matches. Right now, by himself, M249 Sleep has currently 9, and we still have 2 matches left. So you can kind of see how much more confident this team is starting to be in, and how some of the other players are also starting to step up. Another team that needs to step it up in a big way, especially when it comes to elims, is going to be your local tennis club. After 2 matches, they're sitting at 0, and they're also sitting at the very bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you do?
Go for it.
If you're them, do you change up your strategy if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard in this situation? Because there's only 2 games left. You kind of have to. I feel like you kind of got to send it.
You do. You have to send it. Now, the key to sending, however, is understanding how to win. And there's only one good way to learn how to win, and that is from a coach who's trained, who's been around for a generation, a millennia, an era of Battle Royale, who knows everything there is to know about dropping into a map with so many players who want to take your head off. Let's go to that coach, a legend. It is our next segment of Choco's Chalkboard.
Hey guys, Coach Choco here with Choco's Chalkboard. Right now, I want to talk to you guys about how to rotate on a hard shift circle, especially toward the late game. We've all had that game where we are struggling to get in the zone, but we do finally make it in, okay? And this is you right here, you just made it in, and the circle just closed behind you. And when that happens, it's important to check your map because a new circle is about to show up. And sometimes we get unlucky and get that hard shifted circle. So how do we deal with this? Now, you're gonna have this dotted line here. So you could deal with it by just taking that route. This is your fastest route, and it's also your shortest route to the next zone. However, it's often not the safest, and I really wouldn't recommend taking that if you have other options. So you're gonna have other enemies in the zone. I'm just gonna draw a couple here as examples. So if you're rotating up through here, even if these enemies are anywhere in this area, you might get shot from the left side. When that happens, when you hear shooting, you often look. So this player looks, now you're getting shot from the right, and you're getting third-partied, and you're getting sandwiched, and that is not a situation that you want to find yourself in. Also, it's important to remember, we all know there are players that will sit on the edge of the zone like this and try to hold you out. So then you have a third player that's shooting at you, and you're in an even worse situation. So what I recommend you do, instead of rotating just straight to the zone, is wrapping around the edge. So this is also what I do in my own games all the time. So instead of going that way, you could choose to go right, depending on what's going on in your game, or you could choose to go left, but you're gonna follow the edge of the circle until you get all the way into the next zone. The reason this is so effective is because you can kind of use this edge of the circle or this edge of the circle. You can kind of think of it as a wall, because there are likely, especially in the late game, not to be players outside of the zone. So you don't have to worry, if you're going this way, you do not have to worry about enemies over here. So the chances of getting sandwiched are super low. You could maybe get into a fight with this player, but you only have to look that way. And you also are looking in front of you, which is really important. You don't have to look to your left, your right, or behind you. You're looking in front of you. Same thing if you go this way. It's super effective, super simple, but I hope you guys will use it in your games, and we'll see you in the next episode of Choco's Chalkboard.
Gotta love it. I love the lead-ins because I love watching your face as I put in this incredible introduction. But they're very good segments. They're very helpful. I'm glad that you're doing them, and I'm glad that you're here. I don't know if you guys know this. Choco is one of the best guests you can ask for. He was on a podcast with me like 5 years ago and was a legend then. He's a legend now. You were. We called it. It was called. I remember the Blue Zone or something like that at the very beginning. You were great though. Also, if you guys are great, if you think that you've got what it takes, if you know how to roll, then sign up. There is a ton of esports action happening, particularly in the new State Mobile Mashup, and you have 2 more Open Qualifiers and 1 for influencer event where you can get the golden ticket to go to the $200,000 grand final. ESL.gg/New State Mobile Mashup. If you don't sign up, well, that's just you choosing not to get your hands on cash. That's what I say. If you don't sign up, it's you saying why? Why not? Why? You're here watching. Download the game. Did you know how much it costs? It's free. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. Free game that has lots of money. Free money. I mean, I didn't say that it's free money, but transitive properties and all that. All right. Game's getting underway. Planes getting in the air. 2 more matches to play. Should we do it, gentlemen? Should we do it?
Let's do it.
Let's go to game, baby. It's me. It's the 7 Worlds Gaming, and it is the chocoTaco as we break out our penultimate match here on Troy. The settings are super. Point per kill, 10 for win, 6 for second, down from there. The tiebreaker, team with the most kills. We'll have some stats to explore as time goes on to see who's maximizing that. The circle is up, and I am going to tell you, 7, it's the South, baby.
It is South. And Choco, we were talking about it. We wanted to see a circle again with water. I'm hoping this time it doesn't close in that fast. I want to see some more of that water in later circles as well.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see off the first shift here. But this circle, not unlike the other one, I feel like there's a lot more space here to land, unlike the circle from the previous game. So I don't think we're going to see as many teams getting kind of caught up in kind of a stalemate in the early game here. But Chile Island, oh, can we get a bridge camp? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
The best. Chile's the best when you let it simmer. So we've been waiting. We've been slow cooking that bridge camp. This is gonna be the one. I feel it. I'm feeling it. What a late. Wow. What a crazy late jump. Now the reason they did that is you can see a HUD that tells you exactly how many players are in the game. They stayed. They were probably watching parachutes as long as they could. And they jumped out a little late, or 3 of them went to the bathroom and auto followed 1 who also forgot to jump. Either one's an option. I'm going to go with the first. That said, though, if you jump late, people like to shoot at you. Does it work? Rarely. But does it suck when it does? Heck yeah.
I love that there was like 3 teams near Loganville, and they saw each other, and nobody ended up going to Loganville. And now, this is something that we usually don't get to see. M249 fan club being challenged this early on by your local tennis club. And this is a team that definitely needs at least some knocks, because they're currently sitting at a good old 0 when it comes to elimination points.
So far, the only knock has gone to the other guys, though, as M249 is very adept at this fight, and they've qualified. That's the problem, Choco. They already made it to the big show, so if they lose here, what do they care? Whereas the opposite side, local tennis club needs this.
Yeah, they really do. And I would love to see, in some of these drops, I would love to see these teams group up quick and start to push to get the trades. But we're seeing a lot of people kind of hold positions and stay kind of spread out, which isn't working too well in certain situations that have happened tonight. So still here, we're seeing these teams not really grouped up. I don't know what's going to happen here.
A lot of spreading out. And I do think part of that is, of course, you know, everybody starts with 600 credits. So you do have the ability to res or recall players very quickly. But the thing is, if you don't use those credits for a quick recall, Seven, you can use them for customization kits and shields and a lot of other things that can make you an endgame boss.
You definitely can. And I mean, we've seen it already earlier. We saw those SMGs, whether it was the Tommy gun, whether it was the Vector, if you're able to customize it. And after the update, I know I said it earlier, but I'm going to say it again in case you guys weren't paying attention or maybe you weren't here. After the update, you're able to put a drum mag on the Vector if you're able to customize it, which is going to leave you with 45 bullets. And boy, that's definitely going to help you. Ooh, get a cat. Getting knocked early on, that's something that I'm actually not used to seeing.
Yeah, well, we saw it a little while ago. I think maybe Kitty Cat, if we can go back and dig up some obscure stats of like who has the most recalls, might be up there. Sleep does go to left side, pre-fires the corner, and immediately changes the window. Sleep's doing a very good job of being where he's not supposed to be. KRAFTON's coming in to help out, and now they can do a two-sided push, door and window at the same time. Looks like Buff doesn't even know it's coming. KRAFTON manages to miss quite a bit, but goes with volume and does manage to get the kill as they push through two sides. Oh, I don't even know what he was like, there might be somebody here. So he opened fire, respect it. Meanwhile, the last man from your local tennis club is up on top of the window trying to make something happen. He's got nowhere to go. M249 has the audacity to go for the reses while the other covers. Like they just know there's not like an underhanded nade would have been the death of them, but they're so confident in Loso not having anything.
Ooh.
Well,
there you go. That's something that he needed on to his advantage. Loso is currently going to be the last player standing for your tennis club, your local tennis club. He needs to be able to get that finish. Please, there you go. That's at least one extra point for that team. And boy, do they need him. He needs to get inside that building. Something that chocoTaco was mentioning earlier. Why don't they? Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh.
You hate to see that. I mean, it's happened to everyone. And I actually think there might have been a desk or something in that first window preventing the vault. The second window looked pretty clear, so I don't know what happened exactly there. And I'm actually surprised. I know they needed the eliminations, but you know, honestly, if I'm in that situation, even being confident there in the 3v1, yeah, I think you bounce. I think you back 100%. Off and reassess because maybe you win that 3v1, but
probably not. That's what I say. One bad choice, 3 bad vaults, 5 well-placed bullets. That's the end of their run as they are done and dusted. Burn in Silence here taking some shots out from Strangers BD as they face off. Seems like a lot of teams are committing to being a little more aggressive now that we've hit those back two. So Santi's got himself the dinner plate as he goes around looking to get an angle here on our player from Strangers. Strangers not being very aggressive. Actually, I take that back. I was going to say not being aggressive, but that flank coming out looks like it could be potentially strong. Santi needs to check his right side. He hears the shots. He heard the flanker coming out, but it's an Uzi versus a dinner plate. The Uzi's going to clean up. Golden Boy comes in for cover. He's got that submachine gun, and these guys are doing a great job of covering their pushes. If one goes across, the other is already free-firing as he turns the corner.
They definitely are, and with Stranger Speed, this is kind of what they need, especially in this game. We haven't really seen much of them in the previous matches. With them, if they're able to position themselves to be at least within strike with the 4th place, keep in mind, some teams have already qualified to the grand finals. So if for some reason they do end up ahead of them, it will move down to whichever team has not qualified and is in 2nd place or 3rd place or whatever it is that they do end up on. Right now, this fight, though, Biss.
Yeah, his bark was bigger than his bite on that spray. He definitely got a couple of connections, but it wasn't quite enough. As Mercy now does need to try to make this fight. They're down a player after that good counterplay by Strangers, and he's getting shot from the outside as well. I don't know that he's got any options. He's just taking damage. It looks like he lays down, which is often the last breath of a dying man. Nade comes out. Golden Boy goes ahead and gets that knock. There's not much else you're going to get out of this. Burn in Silence is kind of just pinned down. Running away. That's the play right there. So that's what you talked about last time, Choco. Get out. Have a chance.
Get out, reassess. Yep, 100%. Because you also don't want to stick around and then a third party comes in, because that's likely to happen after your fight goes on for too long. And can I just say something else? We're getting some chili. Looking at the circle here, I know it's not on screen here, but I'm looking at it, and we're getting some guaranteed chili action. Going to the southern island.
I'm excited. I have been waiting this entire time. I will say, when we talked to Insanity last week, yeah, it was a force.
That's a legal use of the word. 10-yard penalty.
That's a groaner foul. That's he introduced us to the 3 P's of PUBG. He said patience, placement, perseverance are how you win here in New State. And I think patience is a good example, sort of when you talk about the ability to walk away from a fight, to know now's not the time. I need to wait longer. I need to rotate out. I need to maybe play behind for a while. And then maybe I draw, the trump card.
Look at M249.
That's what I was going to say, Choco. I was going to say M249 being able to recover all of the players that they lost. Now they're back to 4, and they're going to have so much room to work with. And when you talk about patience, that's currently what M249 is doing. They're not in a hurry. They're being able to loot. You even mentioned it earlier, Choco, how you said if you're going to call somebody, you got to make sure that there's loot around. Well, guess what? They're going to have plenty of loot to get here from Mall. I do hope they start kind of moving soon, because this circle, right now, it's interesting. There's so many ways that it can go to, and I love that now it's not S&E, but at least it is Team 7 being able to do that split that we saw earlier from S&E, being able to hold just 2 and 2 of that bridge and waiting for the circle to see what it does.
Yeah, 100%. And look on the left side of the map, actually, I wonder if M249 might be considering rotate. There is a bridge on the very left side of the map that's still available. And obviously, as spectators, we know there's no one there, but they're probably considering that most of the fighting is going on at the other bridges and the other crosses. So I think that's going to be a really good spot for them to rotate to, because it'll also put them on the edge of the high ground on the next zone. So it'll be interesting to see where M249 rotates on this zone.
And if anything, I think they might end up doing, it looked like they were starting to do a 2-2 split right there, and that could end up working for them. I mean, this team has already qualified, and they do have a bit of a cushion to work with as well.
They do, and I think that's it. I think they're trying out some new things, right? Like, they've won twice. What they're doing is working, but if you stop progressing, you're standing still, and that's when you fall behind, right? That's when everybody catches up. So I like that they're trying out maybe late looting, maybe some blue rotations, and it could be something where, hey, that's what I do if I qualified. Every week we'd go in with a new strategy or something to test and just get a feel for how it plays out. I think that is a good sign of a team that's willing to go the distance and may be one of the most dominant or first most like, when a new esport happens, Choco, someone has to be the GOAT or start the process of becoming the GOAT, right?
Yep. And that's how the meta is formed, really.
Yep.
One team will do something and it'll put them out on top, and other teams are going to start to look at what they're doing and start doing it as well. And it just gets more and more complex.
And this would be the perfect game for them to do that, considering that it's been a long time, especially Toffee, since we've seen anybody try to hot drop M249.
Yeah.
It did end up losing 2 players. They're not being able to play with the pace that they're kind of usually used to right off the bat. So it's good to see them being able to recover, right? If you're going to see a champion, it's what happens when you get knocked. How are you going to be able to react to that? And right now they're reacting great.
And to talk about this M249 plays that we saw, they rotated late, but they did it in a way that they would get to the circle right after the next circle popped. And the reason they did that is everyone who was in the area they were coming out of the blue to had already rotated into the new circle. That let them stop. That let them refill all of their health bars, get up full boosts, and then backfill into the circle where the places that were recently vacated by other teams. So M249 will officially, in the next about 10 seconds here, take a spot in the circle, completely uncontested, and looted for the last 8 minutes of the match.
Yep. I am surprised they didn't take that left side line.
I agree.
They ended up going down the middle of the map. They are in. They're safe. They got a good spot. But, man, that left line, it was hard to see, to be honest, because it was right on the edge of the zone. But, yeah, interesting rotation.
It
and
was.
With that, Choco, I was going to say, I would love to see some teams start to rotate a little bit, or at least send a scout to that left side, because it's just so wide open. Honestly, this team's probably think there's somebody else there, but right now you're not hearing anything from that area. Try to at least send this scout. We've seen it before from S&E. Right now they're just so focused on the right side and currently in a fight as well with Team 4, which is Strangers BD. But if anybody's able to take advantage of that left side of the circle, it's going to be huge.
We're also, the two things that we're not seeing that has surprised me so far as the meta's developed is we're not seeing off-plane rotations and we're not seeing dead drops. So when a plane comes across the board, we're seeing a swath of open space directly below the plane where most players are still jumping off to the sides. By the way, you can use that in your casual game. If you watch drops, most of the time the actual plane path is devoid of all loot, of people looting, because everyone jumps out at an angle. The second thing we're not seeing is the plane was slightly to the right or the east of this circle. If you know that, you know that there's a much lower concentration of teams on the side of the circle that was the farthest from the plane path. And that's where I think you're right, Choco. M249, if they had processed this, would have very easily rotated, and they would control everything above Shelton and easily 40% of the circle had they followed your advice.
Yep, 100%. But again, from as an observer, you know, we see everything that's happening and they don't. So, you know, the decision-making process is definitely influenced by that.
We never judge, but we will help them discover when they watch it back a little bit later. Because I do think that's something that more time, more experience, Battle Royales, the more experience you have, the better you're going to be. It's just the nature of a game like this in the first place. Whether that's mechanical skill or overall like meta skill, the more you drop, the more you die, the more times you rotate, the better you're going to be at all
100%. 100%. This is some spicy chili. Wow.
Yeah.
Boy.
It really is. This is some firehouse.
I enjoyed that rotation right there by M249. They weren't quiet about it. They weren't scared about it. They went straight down the middle of the circle, and I'm surprised Team 7 actually decided not to shoot at them or do anything like that. Violent by nature. Once again, not sticking to their name. They're being passive by nature.
Oh, so this is M249 has stumbled onto Pure, who's going the opposite way. Because M249 rotated so far, they actually missed the next circle and have to turn around and go back. But Pure was already there. And now Pure, because they're avoiding M249, ends up driving right into Violent by Nature, who M249 had just bypassed because they got shot at. Pure didn't have the info. They felt forced to go here because M249, and now they're gonna have to fight for their lives. So you see the smokes already coming out. Pandy does manage to get into the first floor here with his teammate. They can hear the movement upstairs. The nades are starting to come in from all sides with no honor up on the second floor. Jumps out to the balcony to avoid the nades. Smart play as he tries to go around for the flank side. He does have to be careful because other teams are gonna be hearing this and start to come in here pretty soon. Pure long Panda gonna try to make a play. Back through the window goes no honor. He wants to hold the stairwell. He knows they haven't come up yet, so he can try to jump out the back towards the rest of his team. He does try to make a nice little play, sprays through the window, and immediately falls back for additional cover. I love this extraction by No Honor.
I do too, and I love that they're currently maintaining their pace. They're deciding not to push the other two players that were across the bridge. They're maintaining that location, and that's just the pure confidence that they have in these two players, in Peel and with No Honor. They're currently being able to hold themselves back and play their pace, and this is great.
I'm surprised Pure was able to drive into the compound so easily, to be honest. I feel like they weren't positioned in the compound originally to be able to, in the you know, I would have been in the top floor of this 3-stack, 4-stack, whatever this is, to be able to get some shots in, because now they're in trouble because their 2-2 split might not work because they're not going to be able to, you know, that 2-2 split is nice because it helps you rotate your two on the other side to the side you're on. So they're going to, but they can't rotate out now. They're stuck.
No. Now they're stuck with all kinds of stuff being rained down on here. But I think that kind of, it speaks to their style of play. Violent by Nature has been avoiding fights is the best way to say it. They're currently tied with SNE in terms of overall points, but they have done significantly less. SNE is 139 eliminations to their 95, 27,000 damage to their 20. And it just seems like they play a little bit passive. But let's jump over to a team that's not being passive right now. It's Tough Infernos as they go head-to-head with M249. Rhino going to move up here onto the high ground, trying to make a little play. Sees the fire, but does not see the player. He goes around to the left side. He's got that Tommy out. Wants to get up close and personal with M249. M249 is down one player right now. Jason's going to come around, try to make a little play on the corner. Nade comes out. Beautifully executed. Now it is down to the last two players of M249 trying to make a stand against this. They go for the spray. That is one. So Kitty Cat is going to make a play, and all of a sudden, the odds are a lot more even.
And it happened as soon as we started seeing some 1v1s. Everything was working out just fine for Tough Inferno. He's able to clutch up that knock as well and confirm the kill. Can they actually pursue this fight? Can they continue to pursue it and just finish off the last person? They're not going to be able to. Razorly being able to play the smart role right here. We're talking about get away from that fight and keep it going. He's going to be able to do that. But for M249, being able to hold off, great. Everything was going right for Tough Inferno, Choco, until we started seeing some 1v1s.
Yep, we're seeing it again. There's a lot of 1v1s happening. I would really, love to see. I wonder if when they whoa, we got a huge fight going on in this compound. Oh my God, we got some crashing happening.
We got Matt crashing. We got mini maps. We got chaos. Violence by Nature still inside of a house with Pure Love up on the high ground, raining down hot lead all around him. No recalls coming out, no chance to save. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Burning Silence does manage to re-summon a Fred, but the fight continues here as we watch Pure. They did get a little bit of a tag because other teams are starting to show up. The reality is SNE is the one that's going to come in here and push the pace on this fight, as with No Honor is now also trying to figure out how to deal with this Pure Love thing.
And there you go, Violent by Nature finally sending the 2 players that were on the other side of the bridge. They want to get into this action too. SNE, as you mentioned, they currently do have the high ground. They're being that spoiler role. They're being able to third party all of this. Pure Love. This is a team that we have been able to see passive over and over again. Right now, they have to become aggressors and make sure they maintain that 3rd floor and that 4th floor of this building that they're currently on.
All right, Jedi moves in the building to try and hold it down. Hyper wants to come in. Pure is still locked up on the top floors. We're going to see Scooby go for a very, very alpha res, and I think it's going to work out. The rest of the 2 teams crawling around there. Jedi goes ahead, and Peel dies to Peel, which I find interesting. He knocked himself, it looks like. What? Was he flushing his own teammates so nobody else got the points? Fascinating.
I'm not sure, though. I don't think that denies points, so maybe he
no.
naded himself or something.
If Peel knocked himself to a nade and then you come in and flush him,
okay.
which I think might have been what it was with Peel killing Peel. So that's interesting.
10-4.
Jedi gonna push forward though. He does manage to come in, does what he came to do, which was kill Peel, and then slips away. NSE is able to take the compound that Pure kind of had locked down as they move into the base floor. Pure still locked up on the top. It's basically 2 passive teams at war with SNE.
Pretty interesting. And M249 has to come into this. I mean, they have to rotate. They're right outside of this compound. Oh, and here we see it. They're having a hard time rotating now.
Carlos, you guys lucky there with that tree. Another team that's currently going to start getting into the action is going to be Burning Silence. You mentioned it earlier, Toffees. This team was recovering some of their players. Now they have 4 up, and they're going to be able to third party this. Actually, they currently have 3 up. When did they lose that 4th one? Nonetheless, they should be able to third party this, and they have enough cover with the rocks and the vehicles that they moved up with.
This is the last member of M249, KRAFTON, who is using his best Elden Ring skills to stay alive here as best he can as he tries to slide and tumble back to that rock against the boss fight going down inside of the building. But you know what? Sometimes the best strategy is just to wait, let it happen, and maybe call for help at the end. So we'll see how that one plays out as we get back into the chaos down here as Violent by Nature is still in the same spot that they were in 5 minutes ago, trying to find a way out.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And they still have 2 players. Somehow they went from 4 players to just 2 players. They just rotated. I think they ended up rotating 2. Pure by Love, though, I have to give them props. They're currently maintaining this building, and now they're wanting to be a little bit more aggressive. They didn't just want to stay on that 4th floor. They're pushing for that action, and they're currently being able to win this engagement.
Like, yikes, Scoob! As he comes around the corner and gets a sick knock, the teammate's going to come in, do a little scouting, but also give up the kill. Here's the push, lays down. No hope, sacrifice play. You got to do what you got to do. Pure Long goes into the house, though, and does manage to get himself a kill, and then back to the top floor with me.
This is what I was looking at from Pure Love. I wasn't looking at them just to be cautious. I wasn't looking at them there just to be patient. Even if you ended up losing players, guess what? You were able to show that you can be aggressive and that you are able to win those gunfights. This is going to be a big confidence boost here for them going into the final match, Choco.
Yep, and we're seeing these other teams from the north side of the circle finally moving in, but some of them really could use some elimination points. And the way they're playing the circle, they're not really getting very many. So they're falling a little bit behind the leaderboard. So I think some of these teams might need to play a little more aggressive, especially seeing all this fighting and all these knocks. There were 3 teams in that compound for the longest time, and a lot of just teams are kind of watching. So,
yep,
a lot of watching. The neutrality of some of these teams is wild. But let's take a look at Strangers BD does decide to go underwater. The swimming is absolutely coming into play here, Choco. We talked about it early on. Is a good strategy, and I'm not going to say it's good, but I guess it's working.
Yeah, and well, you know, and to be fair, this isn't a huge stretch of water, so being able to swim across isn't too bad. I mean, there's, you know, I'm used to some other maps that have tons of water where swimming is just, you're not going to make it. You're not, but here you can make it and you can get out and maybe get a fight going.
You definitely can, and I mean, that's what Burning Silence was able to do, at least with 1 player. We see him right there with Scary. Overall, he's just playing patient right now. he needs to be careful, and he just got super blessed because he ended up with the zone. Now we need to see Mercy being able to make that push as well. He should be able to make it, and Scary should be able to at least provide some fire or something to just hold him back.
Yeah, the way that you said that, I just keep waiting for these teams to provide something.
Yeah, well, you know,
provide
looking at their
something.
inventory is also interesting. I've been trying to keep track at the bottom of the screen, and they are low on meds. Some of them have no first aids, no bandages. So that might be one of the reasons they're staying out of some of these fights, because they actually can't. If they fight, they can't get back to full HP.
But they allowed them, though. Right now, they allowed Strangers BD to just recover all of their teammates that were down.
Yep.
It is going to be 3 of them, so they're going to have the advantage. And we can see him right now, Golden Boy. This was the player that I've been talking about over and over again. He has been able to showcase that he can win those gunfights if it is going to be a 1v1. And he's currently showcasing it right now. There we go. We have another player from M249 finally leaving. I think this is going to be great for Strangers BD.
It is going to be a huge moment as we wait to see what kind of points to put on the board. 1 game left to play after this. Coming out with big numbers is going to be a very big deal. M249 is finally going to go down, though the depth at which they survive is always impressive. And now it comes down to a final round. 3 teams, all of them in desperate need of points, and all of them relatively close. This is very, very big. As Scry gets a massive burn down. Strangers BD now down 1 player. Burn in silence up on top of the hill, trying to make a play. It's a 1v1. There's no time for the res. The blue is closing. Pure King gonna go ahead and toss the nade, but it's too late. The death is there. 1v1. Scry on the high ground. King on the low. Is it time for the throne, or will he be able to see exactly what he's doing? Scry on top of the rock. King inside the smoke. The circle closes. It's a top to bottom. King runs out. Scry sprays down. No one dead just yet. The blue is the main enemy. Scry with the drop, but King rises to the top and dethrones Scry from the high, and he ends up going down, giving Pure, a team that we were hard on, a win.
Yes, this is kind of what I've been asking for. I've been wanting to see something different at Pure Love, and guess what? They were able to showcase this. Even on the final play, Pure King, we saw him sending the car into the river, maintaining himself, maintaining the composure too. We saw them be aggressive when they needed to be aggressive overall. That is a complete opposite of what we've been seeing today so far from Pure Love, and I'm loving it so far.
What a great ending. What a great circle. Next to the, I mean, this is just a night of bridges.
Yeah.
Chili and bridges.
Yeah. Do we live in Madison County? Who knows? It feels that way right now because we've got these bridges covered. In fact, the teams seem to, as they have been made incredible plays so far. The leaderboard is going to be a lot closer after that match. I'm fascinated to see what teams like Pure do after getting a win. With how slow they've been playing, because that win is going to give them some points, but probably not what they really feel like they need to be comfortably safe here, Seven. Only 1 team advances.
Only 1 team advances, that's right. And the other teams that are currently at the top, right, that they're fighting for this 2K, M249, they still had 1 player left. They're still being able to collect those points. Luckily for ours, Strangers BD was able to step it up. We also saw Pure Love finally being able to step it up as well. Pure Love is a team that's already qualified as well. They're still fighting for that prize pool. You want to be that team with the bragging rights to say, hey, I'm the one that took those 2K home.
You want to be the team that brags. You want to be the team that wins. There's $2,000 and a ticket to the grand final to play for your share of $200,000 on the line. When we come back, myself, Seven Worlds, and chocoTaco will break it down before the last match of the night. And so we return, and it is as with nature that the slow but strong predator rises to the top. SNE or VBN is what it's going to come down to as we move to the last match of the day. Sure, you may be thinking, but Toffees, but Seven Worlds Gaming, but chocoTaco. What about M249? They're winning everything, and they are. But they already qualified, so they don't get a golden ticket, just a lot of money. Let's go. Before we start talking about how this game is going to end, let's take a look back at the highlights from the last one.
Definitely, and I think we have to start off with this. First time in a long time that we see M249 being able to get challenged, and overall, they were able to react to it great. They ended up with 2 players at the end of this fight. They were able to confirm those elims as well, and being able to recover everybody. We saw that over and over again, Choco. We saw how late they decided to stay in that blue circle, recover everybody, and heal, loot, do everything that you needed to do. Overall, I feel like they were able to bounce back great from that first engagement.
Yeah, agreed. And they actually got, again, after that, got taken down to 1 player, but they were able to keep that 1 player alive for long enough to get those points. So I think that's a really big difference that we're seeing in some other teams that are maybe not backing off when they should, when they only have 1 player left.
And then another team, Pure Love. You heard me talking about them. You heard me just being super aggressive in my feedback to them. They finally showed me something that I've been wanting to see, which was the aggression. We know that they can be aggressive. They just haven't showed it. We know that they can kind of put themselves in a great position. And right here, you're going to see King absolutely send it on that car. I was hoping somebody would, and he was able to do that. And luckily for him, nobody, I mean, they noticed it, but luckily nobody got him.
What an amazing way to win a game. To first send the car through the whole circle into the water and then come back and get the dub. Huge.
I'm still laughing at that send. just something that you don't usually see at the end.
You know, I haven't seen that since 2017 when water circles were a mainstay in PUBG Classic. M249 comes out with a big win. 45 is where they stand. Wow. SNE at 30. Pure Love at 28. Now, remember, they already qualified for the grand finals, so all of this is just showboating, if you will. Violent by Nature is at 27, and that is the main story. Is SNE and Violent by Nature literally head-to-head, separated by 3 points and a dream. However, SNE has far more elimination points, which is the tiebreaker, so keep an eye on that. By the same token, Strangers is only 5 points back as well, so they could very easily get right back into this thing. It's all about one of those 3 teams putting up their best possible game. Now, if you have your best possible game, if you have a game where you are just like, I am unstoppable, it is time for you to let us know. New State Mobile has just kicked off the Beat My Best giveaway. The idea is to post your best end-of-match results, tag your friends, and see if they can beat your best. Winsanity has already got in on the action and sort of thrown the gauntlet down to start this out with a 12-kill game yesterday. Follow the link to enter for a chance at NC coupons, a $1,000 Amazon gift card, and your choice of the latest iPhone or Android device. Basically, pick your poison and get better at the game. Post your best stat line to see if you could beat my best, Seven's best, Choco's best, maybe even Godspeed's, though I don't think anybody is beating his best. Your only chance to win is if you go ahead and try. So let us see what it is that you've brought to the game. All right, let's talk about the game. Last match coming up, y'all. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where you have your chance to qualify, but only one team gets to go the distance and get the golden ticket to the grand finals. $2,000, that's cool. Winning is cool. Like, don't let me downplay the money here, but 200,000, like, that's a grand final with 16 teams. $200,000. What do you do if you're one of the 3 teams in the race? No more than 8 points separating you, Choco. What do you do?
Please don't play passively, because that's what tends to happen with some people in this situation. They will get ahead and they're like, they want to hold their spot up there, and then they end up getting overtaken by some team below that wants it a little more at that time because they need the points. So I would love to see a story like that come out of this last game. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. We'll have to wait and see.
Anything less than your best is a felony at this point because it's wrong. to not do what you can. I mean, do you have any tips for those 3 teams? If they watch it back and they lose and they don't qualify, they're going to watch this. And they're going to try to figure out how to do better next time. What do you tell them, Seven?
Play your game. So far, everything has worked out. It hasn't worked out to the point that you have been getting those wins, but you're truly in contention to be able to qualify to the grand finals. I love what chocoTaco was able to say there. Do not play passive. Yeah, keep on. If you are a passive team, obviously do what you've been doing so far. It kind of has worked. And make sure if you are going to be pushing the team, do not push just 1v1s. It hasn't worked for anybody that we have seen today. It always gives the other team that's being pushed the advantage. And I really want to stop seeing this 1v1s, especially if you have the numbers advantage. Push together. Just don't push in a straight line either.
You know, I want to give you props. I love the shirt. As you guys know, loves Hawaiian shirts. And that one is pretty good. So since we may not get a chance to do it at the end, I want you to vote real quick in the chat. 1 for Toffees with the best shirt, 2 for Seven Worlds Gaming, and 3 for Choco. Though I really don't think that's fair because we're judging it based on your stream. And I think that your crew's not going to let you down. Though, I question the results. I'm just going to throw that out there. The final match. I was saying game 4, but you know what? This is the big deal. This is the final match of the night. We're punching a ticket to the grand finals. We're giving away some cash, and we're giving out the bragging rights as we get into the match. It's something we don't always talk about is the fact that it's not just bragging rights. Invitationals, things like that may be in the future, Seven, and you want your team to be the first team that comes to mind next time KRAFTON does an event, right?
They definitely are. And even if your team is not performing well, if you're just a player with really, really good skills, at least try to showcase that, because if we see single players having a great performance, I mean, I'm going to have to use him even though he is on a team that's performing really well. Sleep, he currently has 11 limbs to his name. He does have KitKat currently up behind him with 7 limbs. Overall, just play your game. If you're able to get some highlights under your belt, do it, because at some point, guess what? Some of these organizations are going to be looking for players. So you want to position yourself in that situation. Also, can we please talk about this circle? We finally got a West circle, and I finally getting to see Port right here. And I think I see 2 teams landing in Port.
What did I say? Nobody drops straight down ever. Hillard, Swinton, great loot, completely empty. It blows my mind, man.
Yep. But shout out to Pure for you know what? They jumped out right away. They made the decision and went right for that spot, right next to the flight path. So, you know, good for them. Maybe they're looking to get looted quick and get some eliminations early.
And something different that I'm seeing here from this team, sorry, Toffees, is going to be S&E. Rasi decided to actually stay not too far away. We talked about it before, Choco. We said how far of a split that was. He's decided to stay a little bit closer to his team, but still being able to be that scout.
Yep, but maybe, you know, this could be the thing I was talking about. Maybe getting a little too reserved in this last game. So we'll see. Because I got to say, I really love what they've been doing with that strategy. And I think they should, you know, keep doing it when they can, which is every game. Do it every game.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it,
exactly,
right? I mean, it's the same idea when you talk about pulling out a striker to add defense because you're ahead. I just never buy into these ideas of changing up what works at any point during an event. You have time, change things up tonight while you sleep, or maybe Monday while you recover from 4 crazy days of new state action, which I expect all of you to be here for tomorrow. It's a little plug. That's a freebie. Be here. It's going to be fun. If you haven't had a good time, I think that you might call the doctor and check your pulse, because this has been a heck of a time. Thanks, Choco, for bringing us on, by the way. This has been a blast, and I'm glad you coordinated it.
My pleasure.
Mm-hmm. You work at
Wait, do we see it? Do we miss an elimination?
It looks like Bird and Silence.
Did I miss it? Yeah.
No, I
wasn't paying attention.
Well, we were having such fun reading the map. Who can really know? True. If you want us to not see you die very, very quickly. That's
very true.
Friendly note.
So
if
fast,
you die in the late game,
see it.
If you throw in the late game, we're definitely making fun of you for that. But if you die early, we'll just assume like the parachute broke.
It will be interesting to see what happens here, because this is a pretty big POI, and we still see both teams looting. I don't know whether or not we're going to see a fight here. They're in the zone still, too, so they don't have to rotate necessarily yet. So I wonder if, you know, trying again, some of these teams might want to go for some early eliminations. Then they can kind of sit back and play passive after that.
And with Burning Silence, they might have been able to learn from their previous mistakes on previous matches. Once they lose the player, try to back off. You don't have to actually continue with that fight. There's you're not going to get anything by letting your ego get in the way. If anything, you're just going to end up lower on the leaderboard. So for them to be able to back off, it's great to see.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, with the ability to respawn, why not? You know, try to at least feel it out. Maybe get a knock. If it doesn't work, well, that's okay. You can back off or you can respawn. So I think going for these early fights is not as risky as it would be if there weren't respawns.
Something I do want to call out as well with M249, and I've been noticing their spots to drop usually tend to be really, really hot drop areas. We saw it earlier in Mall. We saw it now in Exhibition Hall. Like, if you play the game, if you play Classics, these are locations where a lot of people like to drop on. And I'm wondering if any teams are going to be looking at this VOD and going back and seeing, okay, nobody's challenging there. Kind of what we saw earlier in the previous match with Mall. I wonder if anybody's going to readjust. After all, some of these teams are going to end up playing against each other again in the grand finals, and they're going to be playing for an even bigger prize pool.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. It's, if you guys are watching, you're like, man, this feels slower than the last game. That's because it's the last one, and the reality is those points are very, very close. M249 and Pure, keep an eye on them for those of you watching at home. But do remember, they both have an asterisk next to their name, in theory, and that means that they have been put through to the grand final. So wherever they finish here, they will get the prize money, but they will not get an additional ticket, right? That will go to the next highest ranked team, which is SNE, VBN, or SBD, who are all very, very close in numbers. So if any of them, like, none of them are willing to risk the early throw, Choco. But the reality is, for every moment you waste and you don't make a rotation, that's giving up potential championship spots on the map.
Yep, 100%. And it's allowing the other teams to maybe, you know, take advantage of that and get those early points and get ahead. So it's honestly like an interesting kind of mental thing. I mean, and it's tough. I mean, like I said, I played in some tournaments before, and it's tough to make these kind of decisions. It's easy to talk about it sitting here, but when you're actually in the tournament, it's not easy to make these decisions.
And just the communication between the team, right? We've seen it over and over again, especially on the first week when we did this Toffees. The communication just wasn't there. We saw a lot of players deciding to push with their teammates not even being close. And right now, I mean, I want to see how this communication is going to work between Team 8 and Team 6. I thought Burning Silence was actually going to back off. They didn't back off enough. They didn't want to leave the area, and they might have positioned themselves to actually win this fight as somebody's just cruelly trying to shoot. One of the players landed. It's going to backfire, though.
That's what we talked about. Shooting at the sky, man, often betrays you. And Tough Infernos thought, hey, free kill. But it was not to be, as Burden Silence literally was just sitting there waiting for him to do so. So that's interesting.
Seemed like not such a great spot to be spraying at the sky, I gotta say.
Right. Shooting loud is not the same as burning in silence. It's just going to get you into some trouble. So down he goes as we continue to watch the Tough Infernos, who are potentially going to be able to get their player back. It's still very early. Remember, green smokes are active in this mode. That means you can spend drone credits to buy a revival or a redelivery or a recall of your teammate. The issue is, everyone sees you do it. The other issue is, look at this map right now. Holy cow. You'd think it was a southern circle.
Something to mention here real quick to Toffees and Choco is this big area is pretty much just a swamp, which is going to make it super hard to rotate through there. And right here on this bridge, it's broken. So your car is definitely going to slow down because it's going to hit water. You'll be able to clear with the vehicle, but it's going to be very, very slow. So I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these teams are going to be rotating. And if anybody from the north decides to come down a little bit to bridge camp.
Yep. And, you know, Toffees was talking about earlier how a lot of teams are dropping far and they're not dropping straight down. And I wonder, like he was talking about, if they're going to review this. And maybe next time we're going to see lots of teams dropping straight down. It'll be interesting, as this is kind of a new esport, to see how the teams kind of adjust to kind of the meta and how each other team is playing.
Yeah, just because a drop looks good from far often means that it's far from good, because you have those tough rotations to make your way around to. We'll see if they man. Yeah, you know, it's fun. It's a bit of a Monet. Up on top, Pure is very slowly sliding their way in on the north side. Meanwhile, the Palava, the Cluster Mess, the Clown Fiesta, whatever you want to go with, is happening on the side. It's so bad. It's so crazy that even the lobby was out of control for a second there. As we now see your local tennis club rotating behind SNE, who's driving past Strangers BD. It's like an episode of Mad Max if they were all tipping their hats to each other as they passed. Good day to you, Road Warrior. A fine travels to you, sir. A couple of bullets for your good. Yes, thank you for the lead. And everyone gets safely to where they're going.
Wow.
Oh man, you can't do that and just expect me to actually say something after.
And then stop talking so you guys have to try to respond. Like, what is Toffee's doing with his life right now? Who knows?
I love it. I love it.
Am I supposed to do a voice now?
Right? What do we do? How do we follow up on that, Choco?
Hey, we're seeing another Boldy here. Ooh, I'm excited for this.
You sounded so excited.
I'm like, whistle at him, please.
Sorry about that.
Buff with a nice little lean shot. Hey,
Yes.
there it is.
Another
Wait,
10-yard penalty.
You can't penalty me that for this.
I can do whatever I want. I'm
can't
the
even-
coach.
That.
Another
Oh
10
no!
yards.
All right. I'm gonna go to the locker room for a chocoTaco. Oh. Halftime chocoTaco.
Okay,
No?
okay.
All right. You know what? We're just filling. It's quiet. Okay. I won't be judged. Quadruple quadruple. Pure Love gets a nice shot off here. Let's jump over to the local tennis club as they continue to try to rain down a couple of nice shots, but nobody seems to be serving themselves up right now. Spread in the map, it's very open. There's a lot of spots in here around Swanton, and pretty much everybody is just sort of taking fire as they scout. All the reses are going off. In fact, Violent by Nature is literally, I think, the only team, or one of the only teams without people in right now. Oh, it's
What's
TI.
great? Sorry, I was gonna say what's crazy to me right now is that we're finally having two teams that have been fighting since they dropped Burning Silence and Top Inferno finally get away from each other. Burning Silence said, you know what, we actually don't want this fight. You guys can have port 10 minutes into a match. Keep in mind, BR Extreme are usually 20 minutes long. So they have spent so much time together. I wonder if Burning Silence actually had enough time to loot up and hopefully be able to have enough equipment to work with here towards the end of the match.
Okay, take a look at Silver as he tries to get a little bit of peaks. A lot of smoke been going on over here. Smoke shots. Looks like we got TIE bringing back another player. They're all the way out on the fringe of port, so they will have no issues getting them back right now. Loso trying to make something work out here. He's you know, your local tennis club had one really good game during the last round, and I'm not. What's your take on them? I'm not going to ask Choco because I don't want him to have to be a bad guy if that's the case. I want to ask you, Seven. Was that a fluke?
I think it was. We seen absolutely zero improvement out of that team, and you know which good game they actually ended up having? It was the one where they ended up camping right next to the bridge and nobody could see them because they had a cliff covering them. Overall, we haven't seen any kind of aggressiveness out of that team. Pure Love, at least now, has shown us some aggressiveness, right? But with your local tennis club, it just nothing has happened. And when they try to be aggressive, I think in the last match they tried to hot drop M249. It absolutely backfired.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing that's happening right now. We'll try to give you some circles maybe if we get a map up in a little while. But Pure and SNE are playing a waiting game. Both of them have taken up positions about 200 meters off the edge of the circle. They're holding their spot because both of them know that if the other one dies, they will you'll probably advance. So both are just kind of hoping someone else pushes, and they're just waiting for the final. Now, this is the problem with waiting because now SNE has a very long way to go, Choco, and not a lot of options.
Yep. Oh, and I was wondering why they were jumping out. That explains it. Kaboom. Yep. That car is gone. I think they were trying to rotate a little bit farther east to that compound, but they're in trouble now because they had to get out in the wide open middle of the road, and they're taking a lot of shots here.
And when we're talking earlier about playing your game, a team that's currently not playing their game is SNE. We've seen how they play at 3-1. Right now, they're just super compact, especially with the circle being so far away from them. I wonder if they're going to maybe try to gatekeep Top Inferno right here, because the only rotation that Top Inferno is going to have available to them is going to be through this area right now. SNE finally starting to make the push. I actually enjoy this. I think what they're going to end up doing, Coach chocoTaco, is they're going to end up doing the rotation you were talking about earlier. Oh, no, there you go. They're teasing me. Now they're just messing with me.
We'll see. I mean, they might take that road all the way up because they want to just stay on a nice flat ground when they're driving. Now's not the time to flip the vehicle.
That is true.
Let me tell you.
Ooh, this could be SNE crashing into Pure. What a way to... Nope. SNE goes, nope. Sorry. Ah, man. I don't think I've noped out. I've seen something nope that hard since my last blind date.
That was just a 180.
Oh, my gosh. She walked out faster than that SNE, but only by a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
Tough. I love you, brother.
That makes one of us. 7. This is Violent by Nature. Down on the top, or up on the top is Strangers BD. Tries to push it from the bottom. Strangers inside the smoke. Goes for he's dead and dusted as the fights do continue to play out. The rest of the team is showing up, so Vault's going to try to come in as an anchor, but doesn't see the man on the right side, so he's going to take a little bit of damage. Peel up on the high ground, able to make a play here. He's got that barrel as he tries to get a peek. Wiggle knew the nade was there, and now he's going to follow it up and go straight downstairs while he has sound cover. Spray around the corner. It's an Uzi versus a barrel. Which one is going to win? Nice little pre-fire to buy some space as he jumps back out the window. Jedi moving around the bottom. Golden Boy is holding the window, takes some shots, but can't quite close the gap. Doesn't have anywhere to go as everyone else charges in. That will be the end of Golden Boy. Cinders, Jedi, and Peel take over the compound.
And that's great by Violent by Nature, because that was another team that was kind of challenging that spot for the championship, right? We had SMB. They were within 8 points away from them at the beginning of the match. Now with Violent by Nature being able to collect those 3 elims, are going to push themselves a little bit higher to SNE. And if SNE continues to be as passive as they have been, I think Violent by Nature might have a chance of catching up and actually passing them. They're currently just separated by 1 point.
Yep. And I just want to say that was fantastic team play there. That's what I want to see. Like, they made sure they were fighting. It was a 3v1, I think, but still they played it really smart by peeking, getting information, and waiting for the other 2 teammates to get in there, and they just collapsed and basically made it so there's no 1v1s. It was just a 3v1, and there's no chance for the solo player to win that.
Excellent play. We've seen strategy build up. Pure, okay, here's my question. Pure played passive, and now they're in the 3rd place position to go ahead and try to pull on this victory, and that's what I think a lot of us were worried about as we watch this. SNE does move up to what we used to call the Wizard Tower. Now is what do you want to call this? Should we the sniper?
You can call it the Wizard Tower.
The Space Needle.
It's too modern for Wizards.
It is, exactly. What's a modern Ender's Tower? I don't know. What's a modern version of the Potter?
I just call it Tower. Okay, the fewer syllables, the better.
All right. The fewer syllables, the better. It's a long name for something, but I'll go with it. The fewer syllables, the better. Tower up on top of the hill, doing a nice little defense from it. We got down in the middle. As you take a look at the map, Burning Silence does manage to get back another player is there in the middle of the map. Well, not for long. M249 gets middle of the circle, as if any team needed to have middle, it was them. As they go ahead and think to themselves, is this really going to be our 3rd win in a row?
It's looking good for them. I mean, last week they ended up with so many 2nd places that I'm actually enjoying to seeing M249 finally get just wins after wins after wins. I will love to see number 7, Violent, please, as soon as that player lands, just go into the circle, because you guys need those points. Or they might decide to play that outer circle. It comes down to how much loot can that player that just got revived can get in such a short time.
All right, now we do see a couple of tough infernos. Never mind.
I was about to call him out too. Oh no.
I was trying to give him some love, and then pop goes the weasel. That's the end of that one. Let's go to Violent by Nature then and see what Cinders is up to as he plays the edge. He does have Strangers BD off to his right in a pretty tough position. They don't have a lot of players left. They've got 1, in fact, trying to pick up a lot of points. So I'm going to say Strangers BD is in a untenable situation. We'll leave well enough alone. M249 shoots off from the distance. SNE, who I think would have normally just aggro pushed that, chooses to duck back under cover.
They definitely didn't. I think this is going exactly what chocoTaco was saying earlier. Do not play passive, and this is exactly what SNE is doing. Remember, they started this match ahead of Violent by Nature. Right now, if we look at that leaderboard, they're actually down by 1 point. So a lot of things can change here. Hopefully, SNE decides to be a little bit more aggressive, decides to play more of their usual style that they're playing with, because if not, it's going to hurt them towards the end, especially if they survive a little bit longer.
these towers have just been so good throughout the whole night. Seeing these teams up in the towers, they didn't get any knocks there. They even got a little bit of damage, but we've seen these towers be such strong positions to be in, to just be ready to shoot at people that are rotating. And we're seeing it again here, even though it didn't really pay off. These towers, I think, are going to be points of contention in future parts of the tournament.
And they have guns, which is even cooler. The little gun lockers up there, neat. Pure finally shows up to the fight. They made a long rotation around the outside. They get here just in time to run smack into their opponents and lose their first player. This is literally the worst case scenario for them.
Yep.
Seven.
Not checking your corners. That's exactly what happens. I think luckily for them, they're currently in a position where they have enough cover with that rock that they're going to be able to just recover. They are currently down a man. But I mean, we've seen what Pure can do with just one player, and as we see this final circle, this is going to play out so well for SNE. They don't really have to rotate too much. Hopefully they have some shields. I am interested to see how Violent by Nature is going to decide to approach this final circle. And we do still have your local tennis club all the way at the bottom. They're being passed, so they might try to shut us up, Tommy.
They might, and if they do, I buy it. If my local tennis club ends up sponsored by my local pizza place, I'm into it. So this is the step in the right direction. You go out there and you make some good plays. That's the new shields that are in this game, FYI, if you didn't know. New State provides mobile cover. It fixes some of the challenges that come from these wide open spaces. I'm going to be honest, Choco, I'm sure you're with me that you wish these existed in the PC version.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, and man, you can put them in the trunk. I just want to build a fortress or block a whole bridge.
Block a hole. Oh my goodness.
I gotta send you a picture.
Oh, okay. We're not gonna ask about the pictures you guys are DMing each other. We'll wait till later. Let's check in with Violent by Nature as they are surrounded by smoke and the push comes out from your local tennis club. We wondered if these guys were gonna try to come forward, and they do, but they've lost 2 during the push, and ultimately it was just SNE's in a good spot.
They definitely are, and right now I guess their passives is playing to the advantage. I mean, it came down to them getting the circle, so I think that was a huge part of it. M249 currently worried about what Pure is going to be able to do. They do. Pure currently with the back to the blue zone. I don't think they're really going to be able to do much. There you go, M249 showcasing why they're currently in first place, but it is going to come down to Violent by Nature and SNE, and right now Violent by Nature is actually losing players, Toffees.
It looks like they did. In fact, both teams go down one after another, but the reality is Violent by Nature finished in 38 versus 33, so they will almost certainly will retaliate after this game just to make sure, but very likely be advancing to the grand finals on April 1st, joining M2. I'm sorry, no, they won't. SNE. Oh my God. I thought they'd already qualified because they're always in the winning circle, but they weren't. This is it. Oh, 39. I'm so happy for them. I'm going to be honest, Choco. They've been hustling tonight.
Yeah, and you know, back at the beginning of the night, they were the team I wanted to watch, and I was hoping would do really well, and because I really like their play style. And we've seen their play style honestly change a bit toward the end here, especially in this last game. But it's, you know what, it's working. It's working this game perfectly.
If they know how to make that diverse style of play work, then good for them, especially when it comes to needing to lock up those points. Because the reality is right now they are only 1 point ahead of VBN. And while they will likely get more, that really came down to maybe the placement point. You know what I mean? Like the fact that they lasted a little bit longer. Here comes M249. And as we said, they lasted a little bit longer because M249 has shown up and absolutely thrown down against SNE. Worth noting, M249 is also the team that eliminated Pure and made it possible for SNE to be where they are as they continue to come forward. So they're down to M249 does knock them out, but SNE has mathematically locked in the ticket to the grand final. So the team that you chose to watch will go the distance, Choco, at the event which you are hosting. Congratulations on being awesome. Just like congratulations, M249, on winning again. And not even winning. They
dominated.
Mistreated the lobby. Mistreated.
They definitely did. And now that's Toffees. That's 3 in a row. Yeah. At what point are we going to have another team? I mean, we kind of saw flashes here and there of SNE, but once we actually saw them go up against M249, there's nothing that they could do when it came to SNE against M249. We saw M249 even being challenged early on. They were able to win those fights. They were able to readjust right away. And overall, I don't think at the moment nobody can touch M249 with what they're doing.
They're living up to their namesake as they absolutely saw through the competition. My name's Tavis. I got Seven Worlds Gaming here. We got chocoTaco hosting this influencer event, and we've named your winners, both in points for the cash as well as the advance to the golden ticket. Very excited about it, and we're just going to chat a little bit. We want to double check the stats. We want to make sure that all the numbers are absolutely correct, because it would be absolutely devastating to say, hey, you won, and then pull that one back. So we want to make sure we get the paperwork right, so just bear with us. It's the end, though, so I can't ask you this, Choco. You got to sit through 6 matches of Comp New State in the first ever iteration of Pro New State Mobile. What's your take?
Well, I think it's fantastic. I think the parallel between, I play mostly PUBG PC, but the parallel between that and this, and I'm sure you would agree with this, is as you've seen so much of that, is it's so similar. And, I do want to say that I think a lot of people on PC and console don't really look too kindly at mobile gaming, but dude, this is awesome. And also having something like New State, combined with PUBG PC, it just makes the community bigger, whether it's this game or another game. It is 100% great to just have more people playing your game, because they're so similar that it just makes a bigger community. So I really love that. And man, these players are insane. I can't. How do they? I mean, I got thumb sleeves. Okay, I got my own thumb sleeves. I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm not messing around. Okay? but I need to physically. I need to watch some streams. That's what I need to do.
Yeah,
I need to see the claw grip.
Bro, don't get me started on the claw grip. I know this guy over here claws. Look at it. He put him on. He casts with the thumb. What are they called? Thumb sleeves. You're the man. You're the man. Well, okay, hold on. Sounds like the scores are ready. Let's do it. Let's name a winner. Let's take a look at the scoreboards and see who came out on top. M249 makes it 3 in a row as they win with 65 points. SNE gets second with 39. I'd say it's demoralizing, but hey, they got through to the grand final, and that in itself is a massive win. So congratulations to those two teams, both for excellent performances. Violent by Nature, so close, Seven. So close.
So close, but I think it was just that final circle. Second to final circle. We saw how far away it pushed from them. SNE played a completely different style there in that final game. I know we said play your game. I know we said we don't play too patient, don't play too passive, but it could be them just showcasing us another type of playing that they're able to do. Maybe plan B, right? So that's something for a lot of teams to keep an eye out on. And Violent by Nature, I mean, what a heartbreak. We always talk about how close it can be, in just 1 point, chocoTaco. Just 1 point away from being able to make it.
You know what? I've literally played in tournaments for games where I've lost by 1 point, and you just it doesn't feel good, and you remember it for the next week. That's all you're thinking about. But hopefully, I mean, the important thing is, this is one of the first events ever, the first event ever. So the important thing is they made an awesome showing. I mean, regardless of whether or not they made it to the grand final, they're a team that we know about now, and they're not messing around. So, even though they didn't make it, huge props to them. And really huge props to all teams, but huge props to them. Man, that 1 point difference is so tough.
It's brutal. It's brutal, but they're on the radar. Let's take a look at the money I promised you we'd be giving out, as we can see exactly what everybody's making. $2,000 goes to the M249 fan club, $1,500 to SNE, plus the golden ticket to the grand final, $1,000 for Violent by Nature, and $500 for Pure Love. And I will, kind of going back to what you said, Choco, I can't agree more. I mean, the intrepid, the legendary Vin Diesel said it. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. But the reality is, if you lost by an inch, you know that your car was fast enough, that your skills were good enough, that you understand the meta, and that one choice somewhere along that process, maybe you were single clutching like a granny, maybe you were shifting off, maybe you were not holding into the deep red, whatever it was, it cost you everything. The good news is there's plenty of time for them to come back. We got another influencer tournament next week. We got an open qualifier that starts tomorrow that if you want to sign up for, you should get in on right now over at esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup. We have 2 more open quals that will send 3 teams each to the grand final on the first, and 1 more influencer event that will send 1 team to that as well. Plus the 4 wildcard spots, $200,000 on the line there. I don't know what else to say besides the fact that that's a copious amount of money, and y'all should go for it, because if I wasn't doing this, you can guarantee me I'd be in the game tomorrow. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I can lay down too. I'm just saying that some teams have been following that philosophy, and in the third week it might actually pan out. All right. Let's talk this meta formation. We're going to have, I think, an interview in just a minute or two. So we're going to buy a little bit of time until our interviewee is ready to get on here and chat. If you had to sum up the meta or the style of play that you saw dominant today, what would you say? What did you notice the best teams doing, Seven?
Playing super passive at the start. Try not to hot drop anybody, and also try to play that circle edge, right? That we saw the M249 being able to do that over and over again. Also, I noticed how you mentioned drop straight down. They like to float a little bit. They like to see who's going to be landing next to them, and they like to prepare if somebody is going to be landing next to them. They like to stay together. With M249, I'm referring right now. Just positioning. Don't be scared of taking a rotation if it's going to put you through maybe two teams. M249 showed that over and over again. I mean, at one point, we saw them just split SNE in a rotation through a bridge, something that teams would usually be worried about. They decided to do it. So it comes down to confidence too. But overall, just the positioning that you're able to put yourself from the beginning all the way until the end is going to definitely work wonders for you. And with that, pure love, hopefully you guys are watching this. Hopefully you're going to be able to go back and watch the mistakes that you guys were able to make. You guys, in one match, had an advantage to maybe just take full positioning. You had nobody behind you with all the information we were able to gather with 5 minutes, and it just didn't work out for you. So hopefully they'll be able to learn from that too.
Yeah, I think that it's okay to rat. I've learned, General Sam taught me that sometimes you just got to rat, but the key is knowing when to move. That is important. Choco, what was your take on sort of metas or things that worked or things that didn't work as you watched today?
I think just whatever ways you can get more information. So we saw some teams splitting at the start, which worked really well. Like we just talked about, people floating to get more information about where people are landing, and using the revive to be able to get information early, and then without as much risk. So I think being able to get more information is really the key here, especially with this, in Troy, in Extreme BR with a smaller map, smaller circle. It can be pretty volatile. So having that information is so much more important almost, since there are so many teams in a small space.
Absolutely. I think that's huge. I think you brought up this Battle Royale or this extreme mode that's been very, very fun to watch. It's a total change of pace. Earlier you talked about, you're kind of a PUBG PC primarily. We got 7 Worlds here because this man is a master of the mobile. But I think that's been one of the coolest things about New State is that it doesn't matter. You can be a hardcore grinder with the, what do you call those things? Thumb sleeves over there. Or you can be like me who, you know what? Maybe I take 20 to 40 minutes on a train ride or a car ride or the toilet to play around. And that's okay because it's fun and it is the same sort of idea and property and gives you a new way to get in the game. And I can really dig that because honestly, extreme mode, 20-minute games, it's nice. It's great. And honestly, it's just fun. So that said, I thought that we were going to get a chance to have an interview. Our players are just exhausted. So we are going to try our best. I give you my word, we're trying as hard as we can to get a chat with our teams tomorrow at the start of the Open Qualifiers. But since they can't be here, before I can sign out, I got to give that love to Choco. He brought us together tonight. He made this whole thing possible. I want you to have a chance to have the floor. You can give a speech. You could give, plug your socials. Tell us where to watch you. Do another Choco talk. I don't care. What do you got, brother?
I don't know. Honestly, I just want to shout out to all the players. I don't know how many of them are, if any of them are content creators, but if you guys liked what you saw tonight, seek out some of those players and try to, if they have some content, to check it out. Because that's what I want to do. And, whatever, like I can shout out my channel, but you can find me chocoTaco on YouTube, on Twitch. But, this is the beginning of New State Esports, and check out the players,
Hey, Choco, I have a question for you. If you could make your Twitter handle anything, what would your Twitter handle be right now?
Anything?
Well, I was just like getting you to, but going to make you plug your Twitter without asking because you weren't doing it.
Sorry. So. Okay. Okay.
It's been a long night, my friend.
I'm chocoTaco. Hey, leave me alone.
Yes.
10-yard penalty.
I love it. I love it.
There it is.
chocoTaco on Twitter.
Easy.
For now.
Easy.
Whistles coming soon, right, Choco?
Yes. Whistle merch. We'll have exclusive whistle merch. Game used. Is that what they say?
Game
worn?
used. Game worn. Game used. It's been on his lips. He'll sign it for you.
We'll auction it off for charity.
Yeah, hey, that's a great idea. All right, guys. You know what? That's all the time. We got to stop this chaos. It's time for us to wrap it up. It has been a wonderful evening. We thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to be back here tomorrow at the same time in the same place for the Open Qualifiers, and I guarantee you it is going to be awesome. So set your alarms and be here or feel terrible about it. And thank you so much for hanging out with us. My name is Toffees. On behalf of Seven Worlds, chocoTaco, the entire production team, and everyone at KRAFTON, thank you so much for hanging out with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more New State.